Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a Connected Down an Epiphany, a Mind Explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description on how you could do that. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. It's my portfolio. It has paint and sip paintings, craft and sip crafts, all the pyramids, candles, all kinds of fun stuff there. So please take a look. If you're interested in purchasing anything, I do everything privately. Please email me. Memberships is a really great way to support me, support the channel, keep this going. I have two tiers. Both tiers are just about getting the same things. You're getting emojis, you're getting oracle card readings. I do over an hour worth 4 times a month, which is $40 value, by the way. So do the math on how much that membership costs. And you're also getting behind the scenes if you're 4D of the things that I'm working on, which it's a big undertaking, by the way. So there's a lot there, and when I do hold raffles, if I'm able to do so, you guys are also getting free entries into that. So please think about memberships. It's a really great way to keep me going, and we'll get into today. It just keeps coming. Like the collapse, the quantum death is here, and I'm gonna go into it. But hi, Charlene. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, the big meanie. How are you guys? Scott's gonna be late. He already messaged me. Um, he already messaged me. So today I got up early in order to, we're gonna have a snowstorm starting tonight into tomorrow over the weekend. We're getting a lot of snow. So I'm like, okay, let me go and get like extra stuff. Not that it's just bread. I can't afford much in the be anyway. But just guess what? Car died. Car's dead. It's a probably, I'm not 100%, it's probably a starter. And even if I bought one off of a website for under $100. They're not that inexpensive, but it's finding somebody or figuring out how to do it myself, which I don't know if I trust myself to do something that big in a car, but I don't know what it actually is. It sounds like a starter. Um, so there's no way. Let me just test something. So I have no car right now. I don't have a car right now. Hi, El Sunray. I can walk down to the store. It takes me, it's good exercise, by the way, but there's not much in that store. It's not like a Walgreens or something. That's way further down. If I need to get to the post office, there's no getting there. Work I can get to. And with the snow and everything incoming, there's not much of many places I'll be able to go, period. It's just now moving forward what to do with life. This is a universe testing me. Bigly. I need that. What is this nonsense? By um Zoom updated and I'm just whoo! It's like Siri popping up and like talking during my videos. Like I don't know if anybody remembers that. Highly annoying. So I got to figure out if I can't get the part or I can't afford to get it fixed because that's what it seems. But I have bills to pay that I could barely get paid. So like the car is on the last of the list of things to get done. Hi, Kathy. So Allison, so okay, I don't know if to be upset about everything or not to be upset. I'm trying not to be upset because I'm going to explain the big epiphanies that have happened to me in the last um couple of months. So there's have been signs. I wasn't cognizant of these signs. I knew things were off, but I okay. When everything starts collapsing and everything's falling away from your life, this was the universe testing my resolve. Am I going to collapse in terms of give up, or am I going to persevere through it? So today, when the car didn't start, I tried jumping it. It wasn't my battery. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna walk down to the store, get a nice brisk walk, and at least get some water and a snack. Not There's not many things in that store. It's just a gas station drive-in. So I walked, I took a nice brisk walk. It was really cold this morning, but it is going to be what it is. So get my body used to the walking. Um, but in that walk, I did a lot of contemplation. I've been listening to a lot of these videos from the quantum unfolding. Like, this is making me make sense. Things are collapsing. I've been harboring in the subconscious realm my new self. I've been talking about how we're going through these purges, our bodies are upgrading. We got to let go of the old story, the old paradigm, the old self, and make room for the new. But I we don't know what that looked like. I don't think any of us knew what that looked like. I sure did not think that I would lose my relationship and over a trivial thing. I mean, he might be taking that thing super serious and like that was a non-negotiable. I think if you say I love you to somebody, you work with that person, but obviously like he has no concept of what real love is, or if he does, I don't know what's wrong. Whatever. If I'm not for him, please let me go. I already cut the entanglement to that. I already have seen that two soul contracts, which is probably his, has it's gone. It's done. Why? Because Allison just merged into another vibration. Everything that happened with thus said person over the other side of the highway. I was not a vibrational match for them or the channel anymore. I upgraded in vibration. They fell out of my life. Something that was really distorted and really inverse and very horrible. Did not need that. Happened anyway, because that's how lower vibratory states project themselves in negativity and slandering. Still love them. I hope and wish them nothing but the best. But now that we saw the big wave of divide of people choosing to see my integrity, my heart, and know that I would never do something of harm, stay. And the people that like just projected nasty, horrible things upon my name left. Bye. Why? So, guys, I'm talking about me, but this absolutely has everything to do with you as well. I'm not the only one. As I'm unfolding all this information, I got a lot of notes here. Um, the beautiful thing about what's going on with me, not everybody's going to go through the same collapse as my soul chose this really horrible, deep, fucked up collapse, right? I did. I chose it. Yeah, I get it. What I noticed, and I did this on the pondering video I did the other day, was I woke up calm. I didn't wake up crying. I was upset over Thanksgiving. Obviously, I spent it by myself, but I did a lot of work. I just kept myself busy with the things that I want to do for myself. I had beautiful conversations with people that meant the world to me. Um, so these are the people in in the situations that I'm hoping start shifting the collective. Because if I'm waking and my whole quantum world is collapsing, meaning I just jumped a vibratory state to a higher timeline, I now need to cohere and bring in and render that new timeline. I am doing it not just for me, I'm doing it for all of you. You guys are also going through something similar. And it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow. Everybody does it on their own time, but you guys are my tribe. And you guys are also collapsing a new reality into being here now. You are the light from the projector, projecting your story. And right now, you can change what is being projected. The caveat to this projection is that it takes time, space to materialize down in 3D. We have all known that most of us live in both worlds, in heaven and down on earth, as above, so below. Our souls were ripped in between both worlds. Many of us chose to live upstairs in spirit land more than down here. You see, but here is the thing. 8 years ago, I went through a lot of immense changes in my life as well. Like I talked about it, my mom dying and like I did not know what that new life, new self was going to look like. And here I am. Right. But now I'm in another collapse because a lot of change needs to happen. Okay, cool. But in even 3 years ago, I went through a major change once again, moving and being in the state of old self, the lack, obsolete timeline code, data, delete. We have, but here is the many worlds interpretation. And I wrote a lot of this. I have a lot of notes. Some of it doesn't make sense. I'm gonna have to go back. But I've been listening to these videos all day. After my brisk walk and looking at how much parts are and where I can obtain parts, but then I'm like, okay, it's going to snow, so I have a few more days to do this looking around thing, and maybe I can find someone at work that can help me. But otherwise, the difference between what we're all going through and will be going through or experiencing now, and I believe a lot of us are already in that. And even if it's not a major thing that you're changing because you already went through some major shit, there's a big difference. We have the multiverse, so the many billions of versions of us in the Akashic records. The Akashic records, I'll just put it in this layman's terms, is the library. And when like Janine or another person goes and reads that, it's the potentialities that they're reading, and it does they're kind of using their will to project what reality that they are seeing. You have to choose. And let's put it even further. They put it as the film reels. There's an infinite amount of movies that you're starring in. At any given point in time, you can change the film that you're projecting into the quantum field, into the movie theater is a quantum field. We have all, unbeknownst to ourselves, been playing a collective movie on a loop. It's been looping. But now humanity and the Schumann residents and our little guides upstairs have been helping us energetically wake the F up consciously. We're expanding. And with that expansion comes your vibratory state. We have shifted vibratory states in mass that now we have the controls to change the whole of humanity. Yes. El Sunray, yes. Why the affirmations aren't working is because it is coming from separation. Because you got to believe the things that you are affirming. But what happens if you already have it? You just have to play the movie. That's no longer separating yourself because now you're playing the film that you are abundant, that you already have what you need. And it's not willful, wishful thinking because I was getting a little like, how do I make this make sense? Because for me, when they said the wish fulfilled as if you already have it, that's also lying to yourself because you don't have it. And sometimes what is meant for you takes years, time for it to collapse. So we get to choose a movie. In one multiversal timeline, my higher self, my other self in the higher dimensional space, already has everything that I want. I have a husband. I have all the abundance. I got the new truck, the SUV that I want. I'm already riding it. It already is mine. How do I feel is the big thing. And this is what a lot of the people that talk about manifestation talk about. It's the feeling. Sure. But now we got to claim and change our wording. And this is what makes it make sense for me. It's all about the arrival. The things are already in motion. So instead of collapsing a wave function just means manifesting into a material form. Okay, that sort of works, but how it looks and how it manifests is not what we're expecting it to be. Let's change the dichotomy of our words. Hi, Aura, Divine Tarot. I am arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I am arriving at the frequency of sacred unconditional partnership. I'm arriving sets my will of action, my focus in my field to the thing that I already have in another dimensional space. I just shifted vibrationally. I am in the quantum soup of superposition. Superposition is the many potentialities that are out there, and now I am observing the film reel that I want. That higher aspect of myself that has it all already. So instead of saying I am abundant, I am arriving at a reality, a density, a dimension of absolute financial sovereignty. Here's even better, focus observation. I am now observing the reality where my business is making 7 figures. I am now observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K. subscribers and 300 memberships. I am now observing the reality where my husband arrives in my life. I am now observing the reality where the old story of my car is now dead and the new SUV arrives. It's declaring it. It's observing it. It's not putting yourself in a false feeling that, oh, I'm going to put myself in the car and I'm just going to keep imagining it, because you still have to have a cause and effect to get these things to collapse. But now you are observing, and now what happens is that the energy and the vibrational field of your new timeline is going to have no choice but to present opportunities for you to obtain these things for the right vibratory matching of people to come into your reality. It's not going to happen like in an instant tomorrow. It comes small, because when things on a higher timeline is now absolving and collapsing and falling into the new wavelength that now you're existing, you still have to merge into that coherence, meaning you still have your body and your embodiment to fill in those gaps, to fill in that new space. You're like an infant that was just born and you need to be nurtured and loved and hugged for a few months. We shifted into a new reality, a new paradigm. So, no longer a seeker of manifestation. You're not seeking something out. You already have it. That's the difference. All these other selves that I talk about, they're out there, they're on the higher or the lower end. What we all keep, many of us keep doing is we're feeding. It's just like when I'm saying that when I stopped listening to the hate and the stories that are being projected out there, the programming, the narratives of the political stuff, and I'm like, I can't, my soul said, you can't do this anymore. You're perpetuating that evil. You're feeding its loosh. You're feeding its substance. You're feeding it your energy. Unbeknownst to you, whether you're subjectively or objectively listening to stuff and content, you're still absorbing it and you're still allowing it to happen. So I don't want that in my reality anymore. I don't want hatred. I don't want division. I want God, unity, and consciousness to come in and play together nicely. That doesn't mean that you're all of you are not going to agree to disagree, and that's okay if we don't agree and disagree, right? That's just saying I want a different dichotomy in the world to start working for all of us in a better way. I'm not feeding hate anymore. That's keeping to the old story. That's keeping to the old paradigm. I don't want that. I had paper here the other day. It's the cancel codes. Hi, John. Oh, here it is. So anytime, see, so what's happening to me is that the old paradigm is screaming. It's like, don't leave me. Don't go. Stay here where it's comfortable. That's the ego, right? That's your ego. That's the ego saying, hi, this is too new. I'm not comfortable. I started to say after the car did not start, and I figured it was clicky and there's probably a starter. I said, okay, signal from a deleted timeline, obsolete data. Obsolete code. Data from a dead past, a dead timeline. I was calm. I usually would kick everything in the car and shout "fuck you" and get enraged because it is winter. It is going to be 10 degrees, and now I'm going to be forced to walk everywhere. And that's not the safest in this area. But what choices do I have? I could go back in and ask people to help me, but in those people, are they going to? Probably not. They didn't in the past, and they're not going to do it now. Those people are part of my old story. So, adios. Signal from a deleted timeline. Now I gotta think. I am now observing help arriving to help me fix the car or help me get the new SUV. I'm arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. So that way I can get the new SUV. And it doesn't need to be new, it can be used. I'm just saying, it's the obtainment to the new timeline. It's refiguring, reconfiguring. I was saying a few weeks ago, we got to mature the 3D language that we all know and got stuck on. We got to merge it into more defined, more specific language in 4D. And I think many of us now are starting to see how this is working. I'm totally doing it. I've been listening to affirmations and saying them half my life. And it's separating me from the reality that I want to live because I wasn't necessarily not thinking it. Hi, Arnie. It's not because I didn't love myself. Of course, I love myself. It was just a starting point. It was from a third dimensional perspective. Now that I am arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty, I'm arriving at a frequency of sacred unconditional partnership. I'm arriving because I already collapsed. The reality already exists. And it's not about raising your vibration anymore. It's just how do you project it onto the screen that creates your reality? How do you collapse the wave function? How do you bring that to you? Your law of attraction, the law of magnetism. Now, when you say, I am now observing the reality where my business makes seven figures, where now I am observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers and 300 memberships. And I'm just playing with the numbers. I am now observing reality where my husband arrives in my life. I'm declaring it. The quantum field doesn't care about my wants, needs, and desires. It cares about my frequency and my resonance. And when I'm declaring something, I'm saying, I'm affirming, yes, make this so. So, I mean, from collapsing my life, my higher self did this. Something really, really horrible that happened that I was tied into. I lost a shit ton of people out of my life by character assassination. Wow, didn't see that coming from a 10-mile high mountain. Didn't see it. Happened anyway. Relationship done over something so trivial. And if you watch these videos, it's going to tell you that like a lot of things that are no longer serving your new vibration, it's gonna gone. And if the car is meant to be gone, I still need a supplement to get by because there's no way I can walk in the snow to the supermarket. It is miles away by walking. Yeah, and so this is something that when I was sitting and contemplating all of this last night and today, my higher self, even though I'm still very angry with it, I am. I'm very angry with my higher self. Mind you, though, collectively, many of us have to do this first because we're going to help navigate everybody else. We are the bridges. Many of us are the bridge, and we have different points of where. So a bridge is not just like, there's a lot of things that make up a bridge. You have the structure that keeps the bridge going. You have the actual concrete in the middle that keeps everything together so the road can come down. Whatever you see a bridge as, there's many components to the bridge, and all of us have a different role, but we all function as the bridge. So each and every one of us are having a different type of shift so that we can aid all those other people that are having different types of shifts, but yet we recognize, oh crap, you just shifted into a new timeline. Like my old paradigm is absolutely collapsing and getting rid of. Absolutely. It's not comfortable. It is absolutely devastating. My heart hurts to no ends because wow, for the things that took and occurred in my life. But that was only a universe forging me for a bigger and better expanse. Cool universe. I don't know why I chose those horrible things to happen, but could it get worse? I don't know. We are the selector of realities, collapser of possibilities. With coherence, you're choosing your timeline. We've always said this, we're leaping onto a new timeline. We're jumping, but like now you are defining what that timeline looks like. You're projecting it. You already live in it. That's what deja vu is. The ripple of healing. In the quantum videos and articles that I've been reading, it's like, okay, from here, what you're doing right now is healing your past selves. Okay, but you're conscious like in the here and now, but you have other selves in the future in what we deem future, but your other selves are living different paradigms in dimensional spaces that are healing you. And they're sending signals to you here to shift. They're giving you little nuances, little signals. So those synchronized numbers that we all are getting, that's your future self giving you a synchronicity that you're on the right direction. That's not universe per se. It could be, but it's your other self. It's the one that's already lived your now experience, giving you a synchronicity to say, hey. And sometimes those synchronicities kind of die down and go to sleep for a little bit because you need to take all of it in. Go into the silence and really work it out. I don't know how I'm going to move forward. I am arriving at the frequency of sacred unconditional partnership. I'm arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I'm arriving. I don't know how to pronounce your name, Fracala. Hi, welcome. Fracala? Kawa? I'm bad at pronunciations, as we all know. Listen to my WASPy reads. or Blavatsky. Whew, it's bad. But we're calibrating energy and we're refining it. So all of our ascension symptoms, all of these things that have been going on throughout our entire lifetimes have culminated into like now humanity is shifting. We are shifting, and now we're the first bunch to go. Get ready, motherfuckers. We're here. We're here. I've talked about this for years. We're here. At least for me. But I'm not alone. I'm not alone. And the when we tweak our language, our phraseology, our verbiage to a 4D paradigm, the better our world is going to be reflected back at us and mirrored to everybody else. If I create the abundance and if I merge my higher self's biggest and highest for third dimension to collapse, that's collapsing now into 4D. That is now collapsing into this 3D vehicle. Oh, that's awesome. Yay. Well, AllyKat is literally Ally is my nickname, but my last name is very much shortened. So AllyKat it is. If I were to shorten my name, it's ALIKAT. That's boring. Because of course my mom spelled my name with one L and not two, as Allison states. And there goes my phone. The next I'm arriving at the frequency where a brand new phone is going to come into my lap. I'm observing the reality where I already have an upgraded phone. I laugh, but that I really isn't it like everything's collapsing. Everything out of my old life is leaving, but I still need to live. I still need to live. So I started working on a presentation because a lot of people, when I'm talking about all of this stuff on paper, some people are visual learners and some people need like a compendium of different things. So I'm trying to define what quantum mechanics is in layman's, even though it's not necessarily layman's terms, but like easy to follow, and then do the spiritual component to it. It's a very big undertaking. I just started the other night. I'm like, oh my God. Oh, hi, Bonnie. How are you? We missed you. I missed you. Wrong thing. Hang on. Allison has to get to her projects. Where is my projects? I'll give you guys a little sneaky peeky. So we have quantum mechanics, the merger with spirituality. So that's what I'm calling the presentation. Collapsing the wave function manifestation. And I'm going to keep it that, even though now it's a little different. But for everybody in layman's terms, that's what I'm keeping it as. Quantum entanglement, cord cutting, and that's just a spiritual term where you're where like a pagan or a witch or somebody would say, well, you got to cut the cord to that. Well, that's what most people equate string theory to, but you're entangled via your other self. There's a lot of diversity there with quantum entanglement. There's many different meanings, but that's just something simple. The many worlds interpretation, timelines, density, dimension. The many worlds interpretation are the many, many, many aspects of us playing different roles in higher timelines, other timelines. It doesn't need to be higher or lower, it's just your other selves. Decoherence, falling into density, collapsing the old system. I am decohering the old story right now. I'm no longer in coherence with my old self. I am merging in coherence with my new self. We have superposition, the merger of timelines into one that we are observing. The observer effect. Your thoughts create reality once you observe it. That's why I'm arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I am now observing the reality where my business makes six figures. So these are just a little like, forward screen of that what I'm working on. I didn't get too much further from that, by the way. We got to observe that all of humanity is in a decoherent state. We're watching the old stories, the old movies, the old ways of doing decohering. Our 3D logical mind is expecting because it was projected through a program, a narrative. Well, because this sorry, the 17th letter of the alphabet said so, it's going to happen in this way, and it's open to interpretation how it happens, FYI. But we're expecting an outcome that has taken seven some plus years to occur, potentially. Well, we already wrote the timeline. Stop expecting, it already is arrived. When you're anticipating and expecting, you are legitimately separating. Because the way you are creating your reality in the now moment perceives certain things happening in a certain way. And then you lose hope and you lose faith because it happens in another way, or it happens in a way that you weren't even expecting. And you're like, ah, like all that, like, oh, I was right, kind of like egotistical stuff. I mean, your ego is good and don't worry, you need it. But that idea that you want to achieve something and you have an expectation of how it's going to play out when it doesn't, it further feeds separation than it does the oneness that we all need. My girl Katie and I were talking this morning via Messenger, and she just asked me a very interesting question. She asked me, why am I single again? Shifted timelines, my vibration and his are in a match. Still love him, still, think about him, but obsolete data from an old timeline. Signal from a deleted timeline. I'm deleting it. It's decohering as we speak. And the more that I feed it, it's going to continue if the continuation happens. Um, so how can you guys apply this stuff into your reality? That's really where you need to think about it. I am arriving at a frequency, at a density, at a dimension that has my better interests at heart. I have, I am now observing a better financial future for myself. I am now observing in the reality that I'm in now that everything is going to start clicking. The people that I need, the opportunities I'm going to have are already on its way. What's been holding humanity back is the way we're using our terms and words, and not that the spiritual world was wrong. Everybody's financial situation is different. Everybody's life and how we experience it is different. You have a 360 room and you got stuff in the middle of the room, and that stuff is the same shit, but you see it differently from every viewpoint. When you're not giving every viewpoint a chance and you're just being dictated to you how your reality should look because you're listening to only one voice and one way of thinking, your whole sense of unity is gone. You still need in this 3D dimensional space, it's dualistic. You need contrast. You still need to see the bigger picture. You need to see why things are happening. You need to take the step back to observe the truth. And the truth is a different thing for everybody who observes the object in the middle of the room. So instead of fighting it, come into peace with it. We're all starting to walk our authentic paths. It's not to say we weren't authentic in the first place, but we're finding our tribes. We're finding the people that we are going to build humanity with. And that's consciously, that's not physically. I am declaring the new paradigm forging and rendering into existence now. We are creating it. Many of us are the light, we're working the light grid. And you know what? Schumann resonance, hello. Sorry, Katie, gotta put you away. Let's go into it. Schumann resonance today. What? Hi. Come on, knock on my door. I'm energetically changing you. Come into coherence. My phone is dirty too. Do 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 do. We're at a 7.47, 747 frequencies right now. Currently, the electromagnetic field is a little wonky doodle. We have the E field. Now I'm watching a few other Schumann resonance channels who are perplexed by this. I'm still very perplexed by it too, but for me, this is the merging of other selves into this body, this unified field. Because we're energy balls, we're the E field, we're electric. So today the electric field is kind of low. There's some spikes here and there, nothing nuts. But let's just say that if you feel the shift that I've just felt, and I mean, it's not just like this happened yesterday. Like the events of my life has been shifting very subtly until the day before Thanksgiving, when there was a complete like wiping of the slate. So the people that stayed in my dichotomy, that stayed into my paradigm are not, that are contributing to the new world is here and staying. The people who felt like they needed to listen to other voices and not make their own informed judgments and go into their heart space left, you know. Yeah, that three eye atlas thing, I'm not a fan of it because it's drawing a lot of people away from what's actually going on. I mean, the aliens have been here. We are the aliens. We are them. They are us, and they've been here for millennia and every epoch that we can imagine where intelligence lived. Um, what I had a couple of viewpoints from Daniel Scranton and even Alexander Quinn. We got to acknowledge that for the people that are on the lower vibratory state of information and what their truths are, that is helping them see that there's more than just us. Where many of us are already on the understanding that we are them and they are us, and we've been occupying space time here and now. They've been here, and many of us are hybrids of them. Our future selves, they're already helping us. Like I said, we're shifting time. Time folds on itself. It's just a matter of what we are cohering to and what's collapsing to manifest in 3D in the material. The way we go about doing this is changing because we're changing vibratory states. And in different localities and different densities and different dimensions, things work a little differently. We're not bound by classical physics or mathematics anymore because we're in the quantum unknown. They still have not gotten quantum physics down to a tangible. It's tangible in terms of it is now able to be studied. It is able to be experimented on, but there's many facets of quantum mechanics and quantum physics that are still theorized. They're still theories. They're not necessarily concrete evidence. And some of us don't need that concrete evidence to know it exists. Bonnie, that is your other self in your family coming back down to the version of you that is living human, and they are just letting you know like you're much more than you are. Um, I've been probably abducted throughout my childhood. I don't think any time now that I've been, I don't feel it, but uh, I can say half of us here have that acknowledgement. And it's a beautiful thing. It's nothing to be scared about. What separates also the dichotomy of this good and bad, evil, when you go into a divine neutral state, the negative polarized aliens that we call draconian, that we call the reptilians. Not all reptilians are evil, by the way. And there are many star seeds of Draconis, of Orion, of Beta Reticuli that are human. Are they playing a positive polarity in this life or a negative one? That's their sole choice. They're still soul. They're still from source. It's all God or the all that is or the one infinite creator, whatever you want to label it as. All of it's still God. I might be the devil in somebody's story, but I'm still of God. I am the devil and the angel all in one embodiment. And most of us are. I carry both frequencies inherent in this body. there's other people who only hold the light, and there's other dichotomies of people that only hold the dark. But it's all God having experience. And I mean, the other day when I started hysterically crying because of what I witnessed in the classroom, and I had to walk away because of how traumatizing that event was for not just myself, but for like the child. Um, I had to, had to detach my emotional state and say, okay, what is the purpose of this? Why this child? Beyond the soul contract, we know this. Exactly. And that's why I had to get out of when we are shaming, blaming, and separating ourselves from the very key point of God. I had to get out of that because the evil serves us a purpose of what we don't prefer to have happen in our reality. And now that we are the writer of our own movie, we know what we don't prefer, so we know what we want in our reality. That doesn't mean that evil and bad things won't happen. That just means less of it and lesser extremes will occur. We still need contrast within 4D. 4D is a dissolving, the decoherent state of good and evil. It always will exist to some extent and to some form. You need it. Your soul needs it. That's the only way we're growing. When we merge out into a different parallel reality, in a different dichotomy, in a different paradox, in a different paradigm, the laws of physics and mathematics and how we even comprehend it changes. So it's hard to say what we will have as lessons in another galaxy, in another plane of existence, in another realm. It might all change, but I'm not conceiving that yet or perceiving it to even be able to express it. Absolutely, Charlene. That's why I keep showing up and doing these videos and lives every day, because I this is my highest excitement. Watching these videos and really allowing spirit to give me the answers to some of the difficult questions is needed. Excited. The Devils are winning in hockey. Yay. Sorry, had to. Hi, baby Luigi. Hi. Welcome. I'm just happy I get to see little Thor every day. And Miss Freya has been super cuddly wuddly on me. Um, you know, you gotta also not give up on the gratitude. Um, like for Thanksgiving, obviously I was just broken up with. My like everything is collapsing. Now the car is not working and all of these things are leaving my life for a reason. And I have to now sit and go, okay, how am I recalibrating to the new frequency? How am I refining my frequency? By gratitude. I am just grateful that I have legs to walk to the store. I am grateful that I got two babies that keep me happy, cozy, and having purpose. Um, Also, what is interesting when I was listening to these videos, it kind of made sense what they explained with our exhaustion. It's not just upgrades. Sorry for coughing like that. So, baby Luigi, within the 2, 3 months of my life, I lost a bunch of people, a lot of people that used to watch me, and a lot of people that I don't think realize if it wasn't for me and a couple of others, we wouldn't have all been together anyway. By finances and funding people's projects and podcasts. And I got, people just didn't go into their heart space to see. And I lost a ton of people. I lost two of my what I would deem friends, and people I'm kind of shocked at would see me in a horrible light. Cool. And then the things that have been going on at work have been extremely heavy and very difficult to deal with. I'm not getting paid properly or enough to even like, so I'm back down at like zero. Let's just say having a hard time paying my bills. If I can pay them, that's my other issue, right? So all this stuff is collapsing, by the way. Then the day before Thanksgiving, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna, dress up. I'm gonna, me and Maureen had a beautiful weekend uh at the range. We hiked to see eagles. It was phenomenal. And then some minute thing that triggered him that was like a non-negotiable: relationship is over. And that really hurt me to no ends, but I'm not going to fight something that doesn't want to be. So, eh. And then I wake up this morning and like, oh, the snow is coming. Oh, go get your bread and eggs and all this stuff, right? And I go start my car and click, 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 click. It's not turning over. And I now have no help to get around because I'm not trying to not say I can't call Viking. I probably could, but do I really want to? It's a part of my old story. Probably not. But now I'm walking to the store, but I don't have a supermarket anywhere close to me that I can go shopping, and I can't afford car service. Like, I'm that broke. So I'm at that point of quantum death where it's a phantom life is outside, nothing is changing. Like, everything is collapsing still, and I'm decohering the old story. And I still haven't gotten to the lived experience of I am now in the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subs. I am now in the reality where my business is making six figures. I'm not there yet, but now I'm observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers. Like, I am arriving at the frequency of sacred unconditional partnership. I'm arriving at the reality of absolute financial sovereignty. So I'm not there in the now moment yet, but if I keep saying these things, eventually it will be. I am now in the reality where all of this has now collapsed into the wave function and AKA manifested. I'm going to go back because my chat is slow. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I mean, trust me with my car, Kathy. I have to replace my battery every year because I do have a short somewhere in the electrical system. And I have to jump my car every winter when it gets really cold. We had the first really cold night last night, and it's been getting colder. So I've just been starting my car just for a little bit. And then this morning, nope, done. Done. It's probably the starter. Um, I don't know if it's the alternator, but it's still figuring out like if I did purchase it off of Amazon or go to AutoZone and get a alternator or a starter, that's still money I don't have. I have to pay the electric and gas bill uh this within the next few days, and I barely even have that. And I didn't even work the last 3 days, so my check is going to be like $200 to $300. That's nothing, and my bills are more than that. Between the phone and the car and the house insurance and everything else, I still haven't had the money for the property tax. So anything that's no longer serving me is going to be leaving. And that's why when I was like, I'm completely done and I'm upset a few shows ago, it's because now my future self like actually shifted. That was my soul, me, my reaction in doing that and venting and crying and like I'm done was a signal to my other higher self to start the process of pulling the bow back and releasing me so that I can now have forward momentum into it's also a part of Saturn going direct. There's a lot of factors that go into all of this, but that my future self is now here and now I have to cohere to it and I have to render my reality. What that looks like and how it looks like, I am working my tushy off for it because I'm hoping with the presentation that I want to put on, I'm going to allow 4D members once I get a little bit more involved with it. I'm going to give them a first taste in a video, and then I will do a video presenting it. Because I think a lot of people, when I'm talking about collapsing the wave function and calibrating and refining, like we need pictures. We need to understand quantum mechanics in layman's terms. So we start understanding when people are talking about it in the spiritual realm, we kind of understand it better. When my cards keep saying you got to focus, it's focus observation. What in your reality do you need to focus on? And now we have affirmations. I am now observing the reality, and then fill in the blank for yourself. Hey, legit. I charged my battery. Battery's good. Oh, I have a jump starter. I have a DeWalt jump starter air pressure tire thingy. I put the juice on. It's not my car does open, the battery does start, like the ignition when you try to turn it over happens. And I did have the jumper on. So it's probably a starter, if not the alternator. But even the alternator will like turn the car over. The car is not turning over. So I need to find somebody to get, if I bought a starter to put it in for me. But the problem is I have no ways of getting to Harbor Freight. I need to cab everything and I can't afford the cab. But I am now observing the reality where I have the SUV that I want. I'm arriving in the reality where absolute financial sovereignty is my now moment. I am now observing the reality where my husband arrives in my life. And it's not to say that I want somebody to save me, but I do need help. And if someone is going to be there with my downfall, they're certainly going to be benefiting from my upgrades. Not just watching me suffer and not doing a damn thing, little minor things here and there, but not really doing a part to step in. You know, if someone loves me, they're not going to let me downfall. And that seems the case. What's up, legit? I missed some of you guys. I'm glad you came. You're talking about very important shit, not just Allison Woes. Um, but hmm. I don't know if I have this in, this is something I need to talk about. I had this all planned out today. I don't know if I printed out the actual. I have like what is decoherence, the loss of quantum properties, because the timeline is going bye-bye. I'm looking for retrocausality. I don't know if I got there. That I have decoherence. And this is like the scientific-y stuff that they put out there. Let's look it up. Devils are winning. Okay. Retrocausality is the concept that a future event can influence or cause a past event. It is a controversial idea, particularly in quantum physics, where some theories suggest that a future measurement can affect the past state of a quantum system. Like the spooky action at a distance, I've done a lot of articles on my quantum AI metaphysical ponderings videos. I've it's called the delayed choice. It's delayed. It's held up. Spooky action at a distance, scenarios involving quantum entanglement. While the standard interpretation of quantum mechanics does not involve retrocausality, some theoretical models, such as the two-state vector formalism, are comparable with it and are explored to understand phenomena like action at a distance. The cause and effect. Retrocausality proposes a reversal of normal cause and effects relationships, where the effect happens before the cause. In quantum entanglement, measuring the state of one particle instantly determines the state of its entangled partner, regardless of the distance between them. Some theorists propose this could be due to retrocausality, where particles B spin is determined by a backward in time influence from particle A, future measurement as outlined. So other claims, retrocausality has also been claimed to in areas like parapsychology, precognition, but these claims are rejected by mainstream scientific community, widely considered pseudoscience, according to Wikipedia. But retrocausality, the string that is entangles We're entangled to all things. That future self that has everything that I want in that timeline that I'm collapsing here is affecting that. So that future self is affecting this self. This self is affecting the lower vibratory version of me somewhere else. So it's always a looping. And our superposition is looking at all the potential other selves and what they're doing and finding the one that we want to live. Because I have a self that is already homeless and has nothing. And then I have the self that is married that has everything that sustains Allison in the way that I want it. That's the one, that's the superposition now that I'm observing this, I want. And now I got to cohere to that feeling and wait for its arrival. On a humanity scale, we already are, it already collapsed the timeline where all of it is done. What's holding us back in the looping? We're looping. Is the expectation of what it looks like. We're not leaving the doors open to potentialities and possibilities because the Q drop said this is going to happen. And then we have to look for all the different data points. But that's all interpreted by everybody differently. And then your expectation of what Nasera Jacera looks like creates the loop where it never happens. You're holding it back. You're feeding the wrong system. You're feeding the wrong timeline. Signal from a deleted timeline. So all the things, obsolete codes that have not come to fruition based off of everybody's projections is an obsolete code. It's obsolete data in the wavelength. But that's hard, legit. It's hard, and I'll tell you why. Because you still, on a human scale, are attached to what other people are saying, and they dictate to you reality at some extent. When we're listening to politics, when we're listening to the news, we're listening to certain things, we're always somewhere in the subconscious absorbing the potentialities of that actually being the one event that is spoken about in a drop. Um, Nothing's outside of yourself. And if you look at the esoteric version of Zeus and all the gods, plural, Blavatsky has a very good take on all of that. And I was a Titan. I was a giant. I was in a Norse paradigm. I was Freya. Oh my God. Um, I do need Thor's hammer. I have Molinairs. I don't wear them often, but I do have them. I don't have like a legitimate anvil, but yeah. This is for my throat chakra, by the way, and it's not working. It's not working. Not working. Um, We were all those things. When we understand that we wrote this existence, co-created it, we manifested it, we brought it into being, all of it, it's just a story, his story. All of it is his story. We all wrote it. We all co-created it. I saw that. I saw that girl. I will try that. I'm just afraid if I go far, I'm gonna have to get a tow, and I don't know where to tow my car to because I can't afford the shop. Um, but that's a signal from a deleted, outdated timeline. Cancel, clear, delete. I am arriving at the abundance of my life. I'm not saying that out of an egotistical standpoint. My life has collapsed. My old self collapsed. Gone, goodbye. Decohered in the other timeline. And we have all been witness to the Schumann resonance with the time blackouts, the time dilations, the codes and everything, and all those codes hit us differently. They've been happening for all of our lives, and now we're paying attention to it because now we're here. And what happens if we are the directors, the projector, the light, the actor? We are the ones, we're all of it. We're the piece of paper, the pen, and the thought. Time is an illusion. We are bound in a third dimensional linear time. So in our brains, how we understand it is changing. I read an article a few weeks ago about how time collapses on itself. And that collapse is our deja vu points. You know you shifted to a different timeline when you start having recollection of deja vu. You can't put your finger on it, but you know that you experienced it before. That's your higher self sending you a signal that you shifted. We're bound by the clock. That's our perception of time. We are bound by it's light in the morning and dark at night. Unless you live in Alaska or some parts of Russia and Iceland, where it's dark all the time, or in other parts of the world where they're experiencing darkness 6 months out of the year. Um, for me, I have to wear a watch because I have kids that have seizures in my room. So I have to literally like time like how long their seizures are going for. Um, so there is time. It's just not how we define it is wonky. That is correct, Charlene. It's all about the now moment, and we are always shifting in vibration. I found a really good Dolores Cannon TikTok. Just like Ashiana Dean, her work is starting to circulate back out into the ether again, via TikTok. Uh, Dolores spoke about the other multiverse, many worlds interpretations of densities and layers of the structure of things and how there are other people, other things happening like overlaid over us. We're just not perceptually conceiving it because we're densified, we're vibrating at a certain spin rate. Many of us have now shifted to a higher vibratory state. I know I just did. My old self said, New life starts now. New self, higher self merge. That's on its way. Now I have to cohere to it and render it into my reality. And that takes time. In terms of it's not going to happen tomorrow that my car gets fixed. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Like we're getting a snowstorm, so it can't get fixed. I'm getting like another 12 feet, supposedly. But snow is snow, and there's no me driving in snow doesn't happen anyway because my car is a piece of shit. Hmm. Again, it's not serving me, so it probably needs to leave. I just still need it until I can get another one. Like I said, I don't need a new car. I need a car or an SUV that has four-wheel drive. That'd be phenomenal. Because these people here that drive, they're nuts. I thought New Yorkers were nuts. No, no. It's like backwoods Georgia over here. See, the Schumann resonance is also doing, it's been doing this, but it doesn't do this. And it's like a shifting back and forth. There's gridding happening. So, yes, the downloads. So, when you get codes from the universe, from your higher self, from your guides, the rishis, the ascended masters, and all the aliens they are helping us, that's a download. The uploads are from Earth. The grid is the light grid that many of our higher selves, our light bodies, have been creating to help the shift. So it can, so we, in my light body, for half my life, I was upstairs in my light, stringing and threading the grid in a higher dimensional space. Now it's finally dropping into this time, this realm, this reality. It is now dropping to a point where we can now access it. I'm seeing more of this on the Schumann resonance. A lot of us are in our light bodies at night. A lot of you know, most of you know that you are not in your body at night. Most of us are doing this together. We're co-creating. Again, this is not Allison speaking out of ego. This is you're doing it too. And if you're not doing it, you're doing something else. You're defending the, fourth density aliens. Like, again, it's all God playing itself out for experience. Yeah, so the weather by me is a little weird because Chicago's supposed to get slammed. I'm 45 minutes from Chicago, and the little pocket of Lake County that I'm in may not get as much snow as the northeast of Indiana might get because the lake effect is usually goes this way. It goes down and scoops into Michigan and Ohio. I'm like in this weird little pocket, and I got hit with lake effect snow a few weeks ago, and I got over a foot of snow. It melted like that. It was 27 degrees out this morning. There is no melting that. The concrete is now getting cold. So the weather for tomorrow is it's 28 currently right now. And yes, little Thor has a little heating pad in his little shelter that's straw. And I have some so I have blankets, tons of straw, the heating pad, and more straw on top of it. So he can't get stuck to nothing. No one's gonna get hurt. His water dish is in there, so it warms up and it doesn't freeze over. He's a nice structure. It is, I invested for him. So Saturday afternoon to evening is when they're projecting the worst of the snow. Um And then middle of the week, it's only going to be 17 degrees. And then next weekend is supposed to snow again. Yay. I have to figure out how I'm getting groceries and how I'm going to the post office and all that other fun stuff. So the plasma in the quantum world in speculation, it's a speculative theorized thing. It's this gel. It's plasma, but it's like quantum foam. I've read an article about this. I was a little like, foam. I don't know. But what I do know is photons equals consciousness, the collective conscious, where we get our thoughts are not in here, our thoughts are up here, we get channeled. All of us are channels. I'm not unique. I'm just able to tap in to higher bandwidths of the collective consciousness. I'm able to read intentions. I'm able to read certain things out of the collective conscious. That's why a lot of people who do tarot and oracle cards and are tapping into something higher. That doesn't mean that you can't do it. Of course you can. You just have to work at it. Everybody's abilities are different. I know as much as my job does not pay me, I'm starting to get my telepathy down with one of the kids in the wheelchair that can't talk. And it was as simple as her not really paying attention and me focusing on her third eye and saying, look up at me. And there goes her eyes, and she looks up at me. And doing that a few times just at random. What? Me praying over that little child that I had that incident the other day, Tuesday, where calls had to be made and things had to happen. I've been praying over that kid for months. Don't know why. I've been calling Archangel Michael on this child for months. Don't ask me why. Now I know why. You can manifest. Now, like I was saying earlier, the problem with 3D manifestation is the arrival. When I was listening to the videos, it made a lot of sense to me. Because when we want to manifest, we have to say already in motion, the arrival. What stops our manifestation is still giving energy to other things. It's not focusing on, I am arriving at the reality of absolute financial sovereignty. You're setting yourself in motion for that. It's the wording that you're using to manifest. I could collapsing away functioning is manifesting. It's dropping something that's higher density into material world in our everyday outside frequency. But in order to cohere, feel, bring forth, you have to fix your attention to it. You have to focus the observation. So superposition is all the potentialities of the things you want out that are out there. There's a million things of possibilities that you could choose from. And you choose, you have the feeling, I know what I want. I want a husband. I want a beautiful relationship with him. I need a vehicle that is safe to drive in the snow and not to worry about ever falling back into a collapse of this magnitude. So where is itself out there that I need to observe to collapse and bring forth? I am now observing, because it already has collapsed, by the way, the reality where my business is making six figures. I am now observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subs. Not because of my ego wanting it, because this is the reality of how the message is going to get out. I'm putting my will of intention and focus on those things. How it happens, there's no expectations for it. But it opens up the potentialities and possibilities for the universe to work with my energy now, my new resonance, my new frequency, my broadband width, what I am putting in my Taurus field, what my auric field is reading. I am now putting that signal out into the world. And as my world is decohering, the timeline that is no longer my reality and the truth of my reality, that's going to test. It's like a person going through the death throes. I saw my mom go through this. Her body had the death rattle. I've seen it in person. I witnessed it. I held her hand. The universe is going to do this to you. And my car was an example of today. Now, how I changed my reaction to it was, okay, I'll just walk to the store. I'm not going to get angry. And that is from a deleted timeline, the signal from a deleted timeline that no longer serves my current reality. The data from a dead past. It's obsolete. Obsolete data. This is a new verbiage we need to start using, or very integrate these little things, because just saying affirming I am the I am affirmations. Well, you already are, so why are you stating it again? You already are love. Are you frequenting it? You already are abundant. Now you have to frequent it. That is correct. We are a biochemical vehicle, the vehicle, not the soul. And we do have boundaries and we have soul contracts. We are bound to certain things. So when I say I want to manifest something, like I manifested Viking, I manifested Marine. I had to put the work in to get there. Not so much Viking, because Viking just knocked on my door and took his advantage of doing that and seeing that the little damsel in distress trying to jump her car. But Marine, I totally had to work for. And thank you, Charlene. When I'm now saying I am now observing the reality where my husband arrives, I am now giving my signal the destination that I am no longer looking for somebody to entertain my time. I want somebody that's going to stay forever. In terms of, cool, those two were great and they served their purpose, learned some very valuable lessons, and I send them off with love and light and the best wishes for them. I don't hate them. I love them. And I put that beautiful energy out for them. And they can do with that as they please. But they're no longer in this reality that I'm trying to create. And if they try to come back, do I fall for it? That's your free will choice. But I'm putting myself out there to bring in and collapse what I already have done. that reality that is already happening, that I'm abundant and I have everything I want, I'm merging it with this. Thank you, Charlene. I mean, I was sick and tired of complaining, and not that I'm not in like collapse in every form or fashion in my life, because I am. The way I woke up the other day was really the signpost. And that's why I'm happy I watched these videos, because I would have seriously have done some stupid shit to myself. It was showing me that I merged into a new timeline because I was calm. Like normally, when someone walks out of my life and I really like love them, I'm hysterically crying in bed and in the fetal position. This didn't happen this time. I calmly dealt with the situation where I would have flown off the handle. The car not starting today, I would have flown off my handle, because it's not like New York. The corner stores don't exist here. It don't. I'm not in a barren place, but I'm not in a, wherever I could just walk to the supermarket. That doesn't work. It'll take me an hour and a half to get to the supermarket by walking. And then how am I getting everything back? That I'll figure it out. I'm not stressing. In my program, and I know many of us were programmed this way, we want to be a good citizen. We want to pay our bills on time. We want to have everything on time. We want just to be an upright person. But, life presents you with circumstances from the outside that you're thrown through a loop. How do you handle that? And some of us goes into for me, I'm in that numb point. I'm numbing out. Well, you get it when you can get it. And if not, what am I going to do? I'm not going to go out and steal for it. I'm not going to go out and be dishonest. And it's not like I'm not working, and it's not like I'm not trying. I work and I put myself out there constantly. So I am now looking at the superposition of a self that has it already, and now I am arriving at the reality of absolute financial sovereignty. And now in the morning, instead of just waking up and obviously Freya wants her food, I'm laying in bed and I am holding the feeling of it already arriving. Not seeing it, using my imagination, feeling it, but not out of the farce that, oh well, you have to put yourself as if you have it. The as if doesn't work if it's not in your contract, and if it's not on that timeline, it's not collapsing. Yeah, I have to see. Walmart doesn't like me. I know many people have tried Walmart to deliver me like rock salt, and they canceled the order. They cancel on me all the time. Like, I don't know why. Um, I gotta look into that. And Aldi does deliver. Someone got me a few months ago an Aldi order. They're kind of expensive. Food here is really expensive. I went before the day before Thanksgiving to the supermarket, knowing that there was potential snow, just to stock up on a few things. I wasn't getting too much food. I was like, oh, I'll hold off. safe. I don't have, do I have a Safeway that this, oh, we have Speedway, but those are gas stations. Aldi delivers, and I know other places do, or you pick it up. I don't have a car to pick it up. Um, I mean, the walking to the supermarkets are not, I mean, if I walk to the one up on this side of me, like it's doable, but it's not the safest thing. I mean, I'm always carrying, but oh man. Yay, Devil's one. Yay. Okay. So really cool side note. The high school, my school district, my high school is playing their championship game at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, where the Colts play. It's- wow. The stadium is not that full. But this is like from my high school, from my school district. So really excited for them. I hope they win the state championship. That'd be really cool. Really, really cool. Jeez Louises. Let me go see if there is stuff on Boopadoop. Have to shut those down. So I think I've shared this before. LD? Huh? I'm lost. My brain isn't braining. That means my brain isn't braining right now. I saw this and I think I've shared this before, but it's good to revisit the soul contracts because we got to keep that in our background when we're thinking about collapsing or manifesting or bringing into the reality that we choose. There's still things we cannot override. So, for instance, the relationship that just ended in my life, I'm no longer a vibrational match for. It's not because at some point in some part of my timeline that if I stayed in that frequency, there could have been a high potentiality that I would be with Maureen for life. But because I shifted into a new paradigm, into a new frequency, what no longer serves me, people, places, and things have to dissolve out of my life, and the universe is a kind of co-part for that. So soul contracts, before you were born, you agreed to participate in specific experiments to assist in the evolution of your soul. And here's some facts. Hey, Scott, you choose your name and date of birth. Your soul family helps you with healing. Life events help you with healing. You have free will. Do we really? I don't know if we do. You are not alone. You have access to spirit guides and angels, which are other fractals of you. Synchronicity occurs to guide you from your higher timeline self. You can break a soul contract, or you can put a kibosh to it because you, again, merge to a different timeline. You can clear karmic debt and lessons. I don't know about that. You can clear ancestral agreements. are you clearing them or are you just moving into a new vibrational state where it doesn't have a footing? That's why I like to revisit a lot of these things because that was written in a third dimensional system, and now we're looking at it from a four dimensional system. You know, go back in the way back Allison machine, the many versions of yourself that play out that now I am attracting and it's going to arrive and I'm observing into my reality will still come with catalysts and lessons that I still need to learn. They're just going to show up different from the old story, the dead past. I cleared that level. Like I'm now in a video game and I cleared that level. I went from classic World of Warcraft and now I went to I don't know what's the newest one. There's a new expansion. I went from classic to all I jumped all the way up. So, but now the experiences that I have in my upgraded Night Elf Hunter has new abilities, new functions and features that I can use, and new gear to wear. And I look all fancy, and I'm walking around like I'm the shit. I'm still gonna have to defeat in raids harder bosses. I'm still gonna have to use different use my abilities that I have in my arrows or my guns and whatever I'm using at different animals, different bosses. I still have to play with where I'm getting my maximum pointage at, where I'm getting my effective experience. When I'm shooting at something, do I need 5 arrows or do I need the one? So we're still needing experience. We still need a catalyst, but they're going to show up differently now. That's never going to go away. So, are you really getting rid of and canceling out karma? I don't think so. I think it just changes based off your vibration. Like my old story is no longer the book closed. I don't need to read it anymore because everything up until that point served me. Lessons, learnings, teachings served me. I no longer need it because it's not doing anything for this now self. Now that I figured that everything is decohering in the timeline, now I'm in the reverberation, I'm in the soup of the quantum superposition. Now I chose to observe I am now observing the reality where my business makes 6 figures. Now the universe has no choice but to collapse that into my reality. How? No expectations. Don't know how that's going to look, but it's going to look because the universe will now shape and mold the entanglement that I have to the other people that are vibrating at my rate that are going to come into my life. Think all of you because you guys are on my vibratory state. I wish I could afford one. Allison is taking donations. Electric bikes are great, and I wish I can own one. I don't have a bike. I don't know if I would ride a bike on ice, but for days like today, I would have. I used to walk all the time. I'm not opposed to walking. I just when bad weather happens and now I don't have the vehicle to drive, and things are not as close as New York. I did get down the block to the gas station today, but there's no sidewalk. That's where it becomes dangerous in bad weather. There is no sidewalks. There is one across the street, so, but there's no like major roads and stuff. Like you have to play Frogger. There's no walking signs or the hand that pops up like New York. every intersection there is something that allows somebody to walk, and the lights are there's nothing here like that in Indiana, that around here. Thank you, Scott. Um, like I am now observing the reality where I have a husband. I don't know what he's going to look like. I don't know what job he has. I'm not concerned with it. I just need somebody to be a good person. And when they say I love you, that encompasses a lot of meaning. Not just I'm going to throw this person out the window because they're not leveling to my expectations. I don't have expectations. I just need you to be a good person. Plain and simple. Yeah, there's high impact. So I'm in like the travel impacts. I'm in the red. Like, what? I'm in the red. I'm just upset because I could have like gotten like some essentials, but I have enough. I yeah. Overly cautious person here. Well, I jaywalked all the time in New York. If you don't see traffic, you're going anyway, or you're jaywalking was a thing in New York. And what's really funny is like when someone's speeding and you're like crossing the street, hit me is always like a big thing. Hit me because I'll sue you. It's great. It's great. Um, yeah, there's some other stuff on my Facebook that I want to go into. This is very interesting. I don't know how much I want to read into this, but I thought it was interesting. So let's talk about it. Passage of the seven rays from source to earth. And I've talked about this, and this is like a really good visual that our soul tribe, those of us who are the wave of waking up first, and I hate to say first, it's not a fucking competition, but the ones that were activated since birth, the ones who have had abilities since birth, who have the acknowledgement that you volunteered, even if you don't have abilities or you don't aware of your abilities, that you knew something was different about you, that you came from somewhere else, wherever, doesn't matter. You knew you were different. And I told all of you that we all come in on different rays of source. This is like a very interesting depiction of that. Like when Elmoira, Serapis Bay, Yoganandi, Yeshua come in and channel through people, like Saint Germain will come in. I'm Saint Germain of the violet flame. That's because he came in on the violet ray of God. I think Serapis Bay is the red. I have a book that kind of talks about it, but they all come in on different rays of experience because they need to hold the frequency for that. I don't know exactly what ray I came in on, but here's an interesting picture of that. That's the Big Dipper, the Great Bear, Sirius, Pleiades, and then we have our red ray. Can I zoom in on this? Vulcan, Pluto. And then we have the blue ray, our chakra. Now, interesting. I don't know if the colors correlate with the chakras now that I'm looking at it, because it would be red, orange, yellow, green, Blue, well, that would be throat. And then violet. And this would actually be silver because our crown tethered cord would be interesting. But then we have the Little Dipper, our sun, and the rays, and then the planets that dictate those energies. So you have Vulcan, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, Venus, Neptune, Uranus. And then there's the zodiac. And then there's the Earth. Hey, Sparky! Yes, you are. You are, Charlene. So I thought this was an interesting depiction of like uh it's like Pluto, Sun veiling, Earth, Moon veiling, Mars. Like it's just interesting. This is just a perception, a perspective uh that I wanted to present. Oh, but let's go to this. Now there's so many damn quantum videos that pop up into my damn feed. Mother effer trucker. Okay, I'm gonna have to just go to Facebook and do this. Hang on, I got a commercial. So I've been watching these videos. This is from Quantum Unfolding. A lot of these have been making sense for the last few months of what's been happening to me. I urge you guys to go take a sneak peek. I presented this also on Tuesday. Yeah. So if you're feeling like I just felt everything collapsing, you're decohering the old timeline, the old story that was you were the old story, that old sense of self, and you're losing friends, people, places, and things. Don't take that as the end of the it's the end of the old story, it's the end of the old self. Now shifting into a new vibration, the things that are no longer vibrating for me, I outgrew their vibration, and now I'm in my new timeline, new vibration. I'm now having to render it and cohere to it and calibrate to it. That stuff is now over there. It's obsolete. It's signal from a deleted timeline, data from a dead past. Obsolete data. Bye, Felicia. Things that no longer serve me, I'm going to send with love and light and give it my grace because I still love those people. But I outgrew their frequency. I'm on another timeline now. I am now observing the reality that I am going to be abundant. I am now observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subs. I'm now observing my best life. I am arriving at the frequency of sacred unconditional partnerships. And when people, places, and things like Marine just like, bye, bitch, to me, that just shows that I am on another timeline, that our frequencies were not matching anymore. Um, the car not working. Maybe the car is not functional in my new timeline. So I am now observing a reality where I have the SUV of my dreams. I sure damn hope so, Charlie. And I know so because I am now, I already, that collapse has already happened. I just need to cohere to the new self. So I have to when I wake up in the morning, I really have to take those deep breaths in and know that I'm now observing a reality where I have what I want, that I am arriving at the frequency that everything's going to be okay. My bills will get paid. Um, it's a shift in perception, and it's not I'm seeking things out, it's that it's already arrived. I just have to observe it, because everything's in a state of superposition until you observe it. So if I am the director, the light from the projector projecting onto a screen, and the observer, I need to make a clear, specific demand on self to project the reality that I want. You just have to use different wording now that we're in a higher density level of experience. I can't do a 3D. Well, I want to manifest a husband and I want him to have all these features. Well, that's not what's going to manifest. We're in a higher frequency form of vibrating, and now I'm observing the reality. I'm arriving at the frequency. So whatever is at the frequency that I'm vibrating at, it's going to come into my purview. It's going to come into the law of attraction. It's going to cohere with my frequency. And there will be opportunities for the matching, for the coming in and out of my reality. Because retro causality says that that self over here was sending me signals here. So the self that has all of it, the husband, the truck, the this, the that, has been sending me signals, because at certain points you guys have seen during my collapse, the downfall of it all, I'm done. How many times have I said that? I'm done. I'm done with this frequency. I'm done with this vibration. I'm done with the shaming, pointing fingers and blaming, and I'm done with the disrespect. I'm done, done, done. That higher self was sending me, the universe was conjoining with my higher self and saying, okay, cool. Yeah, you're done. Bye, everybody. Bye, boyfriend. Bye, car. Like, what else? Bye. Okay, now you're in the void, and now you got to create your reality. And those of you who are feeling very similar, and it doesn't have to be like everything collapsing or everything decohering out of your reality. You have to ask yourself what is still separating you from the superposition. The superposition is every potentiality. It's the unity of the one. It's Schrodinger's cat in Hilbert space. It's the cat is alive and dead in the box. Until you open the box, you're not observe. You don't know what to observe. You don't know what is in there. Superposition is all the potentialities and possibilities that are in a unified unit. Superposition. Coherence is what makes superposition possible. The ability of a quantum system to be in multiple states at once. When waves are coherent, they can interfere constructively or destructively. Coherence is a measure of the phase relationship between the waves. When the waves are, now I think I messed up. When they're in sync, the system is coherent. Superposition, the state of where everything is possible, but nothing yet is real. So when you are in that stage, I'm in the state of where everything is possible. I have to constructively cohere my frequency and my wavelengths, my vibrations, my resonance, my frequency to the other self that has what I want, that already is living it and is thriving in it. And I have to bring it here to collapse it. It's already technically collapsed. Technically. But I have to start arriving at the frequency of where it's living, that I'm going to experience it in the physicality of the third dimension. Why am I looping all of this? Because if I can prove through the next few months that everything is going to be okay and that I am going to cohere and frequent and arrive at the point of all of this happening for me, then we can start understanding that we can do this for humanity. It's not wishful thinking. It's not third dimensional manifestation. It's not affirming. Affirming in many ways still separates you. You doubt it. If you're saying it and claiming it, you got to feel it. You got to really want it and you got to repeat it. And even that is just something that helps your subconscious brain cohere to the state of I am love. Your soul already is love. Your body is already made of love. I know it's hard to see the differences, but that YouTube channel, go listen to some of these videos. They're mind-blowing. They're not easy to understand at first, but they really put it in verbiage that you can understand. I'm working on making notes so that I can. Here's another number I gotta block. Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. I'm starting a portrait. Miss B Lady sent me a photo that was way clearer, and I just scrapped the other picture and I just started getting that one started. Charlene, what I'm focused on right now is not allowing the tests of the universe to let my vibration lower. And that's not easy because when you go out and your car doesn't start and everybody just collapsed out of your life, okay, now what do I do? And I'm not freaking out about it. I should be fine for a few days. I will navigate that, but that's like the test. Um, that's a test from the universe. Like, you're in the death throes. Your ego is trying to like go where it's comfortable. Okay, so you could call this person. They could potentially fix your car, but is that the smartest way of going about it? I don't think so because they're going to try to hook you back into that dead, done, past timeline. Do I want to go back and revisit that energy? So that's where I need to really navigate through the next couple of weeks of where I put my focus and my thoughts with the refined language that I have and really sticking to it so that the decoherence absolutely goes away and then the new reality starts. Have a good one, Charlene. That's really where a lot of us need to focus our attention to because we want the best for all of us. We want, no matter what frequency, vibratory state, timeline that you're sitting in, and everybody's sitting differently, we want the best for everybody. And what does that look like? And how do we observe it and collapse it and bring it into reality? And if I start doing it, more people are going to start doing it, and it's going to ripple out in all paradigms. And people are going to shift even quicker because their timelines are going to collapse, but you're going to help these people understand like if everything in your life is literally going away, like people are dropping off at for not like nonsensical shit. I'm not saying Marine dropped off for nonsensical shit, but just like that, card snapped, this snapped, that snapped, gone. Well, what can we do in reality in our humanity that we can just buy Felicia it? That we can all start arriving in the reality and frequency of a world with abundance, prosperity, and peace for all. I'm arriving in the reality where humanity is in prosperity, peace, and abundance for all. Would that be hard? If everybody started saying that every day, feeling it, feeling the abundance, feeling the love. Are you willing to detach from the old self, the old story? What got you up until this point? Are you willing to let it go? Your personality, your attitude, your thinking, the program, the narratives, the story that you told yourself your whole life. Are you willing to get rid of it in order to jump into the new self? Where you're going to co-create with humanity anyway, but you're going to rewrite, restructure, rewire humanity for better. Hi, Barbara. I am now observing the reality where humanity has humility, peace, abundance, and blessings for all. I'm arriving at the frequency of absolute abundance for all in humanity. What happens if the collective of us who are upshifting, up, moving up, and getting rid of the old story, the old self, what if we start doing this in mass? How much quicker would reality shift? Are you still getting distracted by the old story, the old movie? The movie is playing out in a theater near you. How much of your attention are you giving to it? On the outside world, it functions. It's what's playing out in the theater of source. It's what's being allowing the dictation of our old story to play. We're at the end of an epoch. We're merging into a new age, a new realm, a new destination. How much of the old story and the old paradigm is going to continue to play is up to you. It's how much focus and attention are you giving to it? Is it because it's captivating? Because it's like keeping you out of boredom? I rather read books. I rather expand my consciousness. It's up to you. How much of the old do you really want to apply to the new? Because I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of it's going to dissolve and decohere out of your timeline anyway. It's just going to take you longer to cohere and to merge into what you want when the old story is still playing on in the background of your subconscious and you keep jumping back to old self ways. That's the test. I don't know what happened to YouTube. I know a lot of names shifted. I know it's annoying. I'm shocked that I still have mine. But I think that's when I made my channel, I made everything AllyKat creations or AllyKat 211. Um, I don't know what YouTube did, but if you haven't done so already, please like, share, and subscribe. Blast it out there. I know I'm not welcomed on very many channels now. That's okay. Again, I shifted out of that vibration. It no longer serves my paradigm. And I hope the people that were in that paradigm and that are on a higher vibrational scale comes over and has some fun with us. I don't judge. I love everybody regardless. Sad, but I do appreciate you guys. And I'm happy that people are finding me again because I miss you. And no hard feelings. So what's interesting about there's a quantum term about vector stuff. I didn't get into the vector stuff. Hi, John. Oh, you were here already. Scott didn't say hi to you. In this vector sense, there's something called completeness. This is a crucial property that ensures that space is complete without gaps. In an infinite dimensional space, an infinite sum of vectors could potentially fall outside the space. Completeness guarantees that any sequence of vectors that tries to converge to a point outside space actually converges to a point within the space. I know, wrap your head around this. This is essential because it ensures that linear combinations of quantum states result in another valid quantum state. I got to go back and read this vector stuff because that was like from without, from within. And the linearity is our time now that we are exhibiting. So definitely check out that YouTube channel. I did not light my candles. This one is frankincense and Palo Santo. Now I'm curious how much spirit activity that I have that I just shifted literally 2 days ago. How much spirit activity is behind me, if any. This is a mystery candle, by the way. I made these, but they're in what are those called? The ball mason jars. This isn't a mason jar. So I do make other types of candles without all the dings and dangles. With excess wax, I was like, oh, I have excess wax. I'll just make a candle out of it. I don't waste. So I do have those. Not many. Let me go back to. So again, Saturn went direct, and it's in Pisces. But this was I thought that a lot of these things are now syncing with me and my understanding. Perspective of the day. Embarking on a new beginning can feel daunting, but remember that it is a chance for growth and fresh opportunities. Embrace this chapter with optimism and curiosity. Set clear intentions for what you want to achieve and trust in your abilities to navigate this unfamiliar territory. Yes, just as a seedling pushes through the soil to reach the sunlight, allow yourself to flourish and bloom in the new phase of life. Be gentle with yourself. Celebrate the small victories and keep moving forward with grace. Remember, each step you take is a brave stride toward a brighter future. You have the strength and resilience within you to create something beautiful out of this fresh start. Embrace the unknown with open arms, knowing that each new day is a chance to rewrite your story. You can Facebook Messenger me. Um, I also take orders off of that. Um, if you don't do email, that's okay. I just need a way, like, so when people do that stuff, like, don't, if you are on my Facebook, don't feel bashful, or my phone number, text me. It's fine. I just use, like, for everybody else that don't know me personally or don't have my information, just use my email. But for people that know me and you want to order stuff, just whatever's easier. Whatever is easier for you. Don't feel like my email's the end all be all, because some people don't have email. Um, but however you want to get in touch with me, definitely. Um, Coffee and water. So yeah, reading that today is like the sign from the universe that that's what's happening to me. I'm embarking on a new vibration, a new life, a new everything, and to embrace it. Then I had this one from today. There is a quiet transformation unfolding beneath the surface of your life. not loud or rush, but steady in a way that reflects the depth of everything you have moved through this year. So much of what has fallen away was never meant to stay. Its collapse was not a loss, but the clearing needed for something truer to emerge. Absolutely. What is rising now comes from coherence, from a center you once struggled to access, from a steadiness earned through every ending and every awakening that brought you here. This next expression of your life is not a return to the past, but a resurrection of what is real, a version of you that no longer needs to brace, perform, or negotiate its way through the world. This is the quiet before the emergence, not hesitation, but alignment, not delay, but precision. What rises now is not new. It is the part of you that has finally been freed to take its rightful place at the center of your life. So if we look at, I'll put this on share screen. So if you look at the language here, it's very much what I was just speaking on with the quantum language, the unfolding, the arrival, the ways that we need to think differently. Look how this is structured. We have its collapse. That's a quantum term. Coherence. And the resurrection is you already live this. So your higher self that already has obtained these things is resurrecting that idea within you. It's bringing it out into a dense mattery state. And, you know, a lot of when you're looking at this, we have to look at the aspects of ourselves that have fallen away that we weren't ready to let go because we were sitting in a vibration of a state where what we want to obtain was so far out of reach. And it's not because you weren't worthy of it. You had to become a vibrational match for it. But the knowing of what vibrational match, how do I get to that vibration? That's the unknown. Once you start figuring out this quantum language and quantum mechanics and quantum physics is spirituality all wrapped up in different verbiage. Yes, it's your feelings, but it's coming into a more of an authentic self. You're walking into, and you got rid of the old, you purged, you got rid of the old story, the old ways, changes that you've been implementing, even if that's brushing your teeth with your left hand, that's a change. And that ripple puts signals out to the timeline that you want. So there's a timeline that I am dying on my deathbed. There's a timeline that I have everything that I want. There's a timeline even higher than that. I want a timeline where I am coherent with, that I'm in resonance with, that is obtainable. Nothing outlandish, because I have to believe it. I have to infuse that and believe it, but from a more authentic spot in my frequency. 10 years ago, I wanted to be the most famous artist in the world, and I wanted all this stuff. Was that obtainable? Probably not. Did I feel it? I knew that it wasn't a reality. Not because I'm not talented, not because I can't do artwork, just because not everybody gets to those heights. And it's defeating. in many ways. But if I'm practical with myself, authentic with myself, I am now observing the reality where my business makes six figures. That's obtainable. I am now observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers. That is obtainable. I'm not putting a time frame on it, but it's something obtainable. I am now observing the reality where my husband arrives in my life. I'm arriving at the reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I'm arriving at the frequency of sacred unconditional partnership. I'm calibrating my body to that state of frequency. I don't know what that hertz is. I don't know what that frequency is, but I'm fine-tuning myself and calibrating to that resonance. And I'm allowing the quantum field to attract and magnetize all the things that are in my vibration to now come to my direction of attraction to open up the opportunities where I can make six figures, where I will be walking into a store and out of nowhere, some guy asks me out on a date. It's not that I have to work for it. It's already collapsed. It's now putting myself in the places where I can obtain it. Being around the people that are frequenting in my wavelength, that they're cohering with me and I'm cohering with them, and let's have the opportunity door open wider. Also, your higher self knows best. If things don't work out for you, it's because you have something bigger and greater to achieve. Me becoming the art teacher, and that's what I'm talking about with manifesting in third dimension. I was dressing it, feeling it, emoting it, embodying it, thinking about it, imagining it. I did the curriculum for it. I did the application for it. I put myself in the position of talking to my principal and everybody in the building and putting good vibes out, walking with gratitude and abundance, and walking with, I got this. I am in the classroom visualizing that I'm teaching and I'm doing and I'm doing and I'm creating, and these kids are doing projects. And I lived this experience for months. Didn't happen. It wasn't meant to be. That's what I'm talking about with the soul contracts. Have a good one. Enjoy your night. Yeah, I mean, I put down 300 memberships because, once again, reality is that subscriptions are free and memberships are costly. It's not that much. Even my 4D membership, the behind the scenes stuff that I'm going to be doing, it's, obviously videos, but it's residents of, I will hopefully obtain that, and that is income. Max Velocity, Ryan Hall, Yell, even though they do meteorology, they're just really good examples of people who literally are doing their passion and don't have another job. They're doing that, and that YouTube is funding them. That's their income. I don't know how much they make a month, but all the subscriptions, the memberships that they have at the different tier levels, hey, they're making a lot of money. Why can't I get there? And I am I am now observing that reality. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna I'm just gonna flat out not do work. I have to work for it. But with my frequency and attracting the wavelength of people that will now be gravitated towards my channel, we're starting to see it. People who want to learn about spirituality, about the different book paradigm. There are people that are like literally in cults with these two books, the Arantia and the Oaspi. I People have messaged me about it. Like, do you know there's a cult of people that like that's their thing? And I'm not saying not to read those. I like to read those books because I like different perspectives. I like to get different ways of thinking. I might not agree with it, but even in the Arantia book the other day, the thought adjuster is your higher self. It's just different verbiage. The thought adjuster is your soul. They make it so separate from yourself, but it talked about the fractal of God. What? The Arantia book talked about fractals. So another book confirms Allison's verbiage. I'm not alone. Okay, I'm not. And many people talk about it, but I want the perspectives and the different expansion ways of thinking to start growing. There's too much interference in the wavelength of the collective consciousness right now that it has the hopium and has the is still under the program. And it's not to say not to be an observer of looking at it to see, okay, what I don't prefer. But a lot of people are just energetically giving their consent to the crap that keeps perpetuating in our world. Half of the things you're watching are fake. Half of the news stories that are out there are manipulated. Then you got people spewing opinion pieces at you, opinions, perspectives, and people are latching onto it as if it is. I say don't do that just yet. Go and see if it lines in your heart. I'm not telling you what to feel or how to experience. I'm just asking you to take a back seat for a little bit and take a bigger picture and think about it before you let it absorb and give consent to what's going on in the outside world. That's all. I'm not here to change you. I'm here to try to help you expand. How you expand is your business, not mine. But it's a very interesting message in one of these videos that I got, that how each and every one of us were ordained, appointed, anointed, volunteered to literally rewrite, recode, and be the bridges for everybody. And me shifting and finding this, there's a million quantum channels with AI talking, but this one particular channel was given to me by upstairs to like learn from and go, oh, everything that just collapsed, that's a good thing. Everything that just walked out of your life, you outgrew its resonance. You didn't do nothing. The reasons of that, it's on those people to think about, not me. You know, if someone's perceiving me to be a horrific human being, that's on them. That's not how I project myself, and that's not how I view my reality. So it doesn't exist in it. I'm glad I was not at the mall today. Uh-oh. Someone's pew pew went off at the mall. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my God. This is my high school at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. I hope they win state championship. Um, that's crazy. That's crazy. Um, let's see what the cards have. My desk is littered. I do have to get in contact with one person because they don't have Zoom and their email just crashed and I have to do like a Facebook Messenger call and I don't know how I have to see if I can get that done on my desktop because the last thing I need is a phone that doesn't work. But I am now observing the reality where I have a brand new phone. I'm collapsing that into my timeline. I am arriving at the frequency that I have a new phone and a really good model. And it feels so good to take pictures on it and to take little Thor videos on it. Ooh, warm and fuzzy. I got some good cards. I like jade. I have a couple of pieces of jade. Be the bigger person. Being the bigger person doesn't necessarily mean that like you should not defend yourself. But some battles are not worth fighting. Being the bigger person is just moving on and not causing the conflicts. But wherever you need to be the bigger person in your life, like we just had a holiday and now more holidays are coming and the people in your family are not vibing like you are and they're being snippy with you, just be the bigger person. Sorry, I outgrew your vibration. I'm not feeding it. Rhodonite, I love this gem, by the way. Find a way to forgive. I forgive all of those that transgressed against my boundaries and have caused me hurt and harm. I do forgive them and I forgive myself. Um, I wish those people nothing but the best. And I hope that they succeed in the ways that they want. Chrysophase, allow yourself to receive. This is a beautiful gem, by the way. Um, I had to put my pride down many times and receive. It's hard. I'm a big giver. That's an Aries. We have rainbow obsidian. Heal your heart. It takes time. But when you detach your feelings and emotions and know that things will come and go out of your life and you have a contract with somebody that ended, like the lessons learned and that those people, places, and things leave your life. Thank you. I forgive you. And it takes a little bit to mend your heart. but I'll get there. Selenite, clear the clutter. I have to do this. Uh, I am now observing myself cleaning the house and selling half of the things in here so that my bills can be made. That's realistic. We have a gate. Get back into balance. Where are you finding yourself out of balance in your life? Are you getting so what upstairs is trying to bring to the attention? It's not necessarily like, oh, I got to balance like good and evil and how I perceive that. What is triggering you? What are your non-negotiables that maybe you have to rethink? As we shift in timelines, as we're shifting as a collective, as we're shifting into new potentialities, you got to find the balance. And this includes myself. Is my day structured where there is balance, where I'm working and then relaxing? When I'm at work, am I delegating obviously I have a role that I play in my room, but is everybody coming and balancing it out? For the things that I can't do is someone showing up. Um, for every other thing that is structured, is there balance? Getting back to they're reminding me upstairs. Why a lot of us are tired, exhausted. It's not just the Schumann resonance. We think it is. Oh, we're getting uploads and downloads. We're ascending. We have ascension symptoms, and that has we get this idea of that all these changes in our body is causing us exhaustion. Sure, it is. Not saying it isn't. Could you also have the acknowledgement that on a subconscious level, you already collapsed in a new dichotomy, in a new reality, and that what you're perceiving, your phantom life, you don't see the changes because everything outside hasn't changed. The truck didn't come into my driveway. The new job opportunity didn't land yet. We're observing loops, but your other self's energy is already merged with yours. That's exhausting when you're giving your energy away to the old timeline that's dying. You're allowing your energy to be in multiple places unbeknownst to you at once. When you have to force yourself out of bed, ask yourself why. Is it because you're in a new vibration, but you keep lending your old self to yourself now to an old paradigm that you no longer want to live, that you're not even consciously aware of? And that could be why you're tired. You're expending energy in the wrong direction. In obsolete codes and obsolete data that is in your wavelength, you merging with the new self in a new vibration, and yet because your outside phantom life hasn't materialized yet, you're still living the old economy, the old self. You're lending energy to the old self and not pushing through past what's meant to be. And it doesn't matter how old or how young you are. I know that exhaustion very well. I know many of us are always like, I'm up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and I can't get back to sleep. My brain's going, blah, 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 turkey gobble, gobble. And then you're just doing your day and all of a sudden you crash. Be aware that your other selves are giving you a hint. And I hope that helps some of you out there that are still not convinced that there's other selves and higher dichotomies of yourself playing out beautiful things, and that you're still lending to the old, what I'm used to. I do this every day and I'm not changing shit because you're stubborn. That's why you're tired. That is correct, Ashmai. And that's also your higher selves, your other selves living in a higher dimension and density state. They are sending the synchronicities to you as guideposts. And those synchronicities that are happening between us and everybody in chat and everybody that watches and everybody that's on the tribe vibe, we get those because we're all together in that higher dimensional space. We're with the people that we need to be with. We are merging with more people that eventually will get where they need to be. They're going to merge with our timeline. They're going to merge with our frequency and vibration, and the synchronicities for them are going to start being seen. There is no coincidences. We all wrote this. Own it. You know, as much as I hate to say that because of what's going on in the now moment in my life is utter decoherence and collapse, I'm owning it. And I have gratitude to everybody who is helping me in the now moment try to make it through the next 2 months. Because things are going to be slow, and not to say that I'm trying to speed it up as fast as possible, but I can't fuck with divine timing. The universe has its own measure of time and how things work. I can't force that. Well, we got to have fun because we are them and they are us. We just have to become aware of it. It's exciting. I mean, my parents, like I was saying the other day, it was a year ago today. Well, the last few days that my mom 8 years ago was in the hospital. And that was to be, and I correlate with what's going on with me now with 8 years ago. Because for the first time, looking back at my Facebook feed and reading what I wrote 8 years ago, it struck a chord with me that I didn't have Thanksgiving then either. My mom was in the hospital. She was induced into a coma, and we didn't know if she was going to live or die, like the Schrodinger's cat equation. And at that stage of my life, I had more stability financially. I was working and I had a salary job, and I didn't have to worry about like my time, and that I didn't get paid for the days that I didn't work because I had time to that I worked for that I got back. So I sat reading those words and going, wow, I had a humongous life change after my mom passed away. And then, and the, see, Scott, I was putting that out there. My whole world, when my mom was in the hospital, was collapsing at that point as well, just in different ways. The acknowledging of myself that I had to prepare for the eventuality of her transcending. I had to get everything in order, like the funeral, the this, the that, the lawyers, the accountants, this, that, and the other thing. I had a major change, and that took forever. It was the death and the rebirth that I was really focused on, and how I am applying it to the now, that everything is falling away from me again, like everything is dying. And the resurrection is me coming out of it in a new self. Well, I'm speaking about my mom. I think she knew she might be here. My mother, Renee. I'm seeing if I see anything behind me. I don't. I see the sleeping dragon right there, still sleeping. Again, for those of you that are channel members, I've been changing up the card decks a bit. I still have my mainstays that will always remain because they have really good advice, but like the galactic stuff, I've been kind of not gearing away from, but only if I feel called to read. I've been holding off on those because as we're shifting time, the energy between us and them have been changing. I don't know if anybody has been feeling that, and I don't want it to influence the guidance. But this is from a Celtic deck. I am Irish. If you couldn't don't notice, they do. Oh, I know. I see the woo 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 woo. So I hope those of you who have been reading and watching my oracle card readings just know that I'm changing it. There's a spiritual reason for it, and not if you guys can always put in the comments if there's a specific deck that you like, and then I'm not reading. I can definitely read it. But I just go based on what I'm feeling, what spirit is tuning into me, that I feel like everybody can benefit from. I'm sorry, I'm focusing my energy right here, and it shifts. Hi, spirit. We have shaman spiral, awareness, practice, connection. Uh, I read these. I read the card. I found the book. It was not in the right box. So spirit spiral, shaman spiral. See, I need glasses for real. The solitary shaman, the walker between worlds, who bridges the gap between the physical and non-physical realities. Call on this spirit helper when in need of connection and awareness of self and your surroundings. She will guide you when in need and be an invisible ally. The spiral into self indicates a knowing of who you are past the physical body, where you came from without the need for ego. This card represents the knowing of yourself, the true you, your spirit, a deepening of your awareness and understanding of the world through a shaman's eyes. You see, when our physical body dies, our soul lives on to reincarnate again and again. So who you are without the limitation of your body. One needs to look very deep to take off the restrictions of who we think we are. If we were never to interact with another person, who would we express ourselves as? Are you comfortable with who you are on the inside, and does it match the person you are on the outside? Is there an ego that needs to be set aside, or do you need to find your inner strength to be who you are truly meant to be? Free of the harsh judgments we find those around us. Are you with like-minded people or people who support and love you unconditionally? Only when you love who you are on the inside and fully know who you are by doing what brings you joy, will you then not care what others think of you? Standing proud and confident in your own skin is a powerful energy to be reckoned with. From this place, you can take on anything. When you find this place, remember what it feels like. So when you are feeling off center and need to find your strength again, look within. The shaman spiral, I keep saying spirit, is also showing a need to practice your spirituality. What are your rituals? What is your self-care? You may be getting stuck in your physical material world and getting bogged down. Start doing the practice. Wake up and meditate, light your incense on your altar, or sit with a tree each day until you feel it speak to you. Doing the work means showing up and making the spiritual connection necessary to feel your spirit and keep you uplifted in the physical world. Damn it. I had to put my heat on under my desk because my toes are getting cold. It's 24 degrees here in my town. It's great. I like the cold, by the way. Uh, which reminds me, I have to put some foam up by the window that got the gunshot through. Because that never got fixed, by the way. Someone left a very cute comment. So apparently me singing to Little Thor, like, is allowing, I love this permission slip. So this makes me happy. Me singing to Little Thor and Freya and having that little jingle is allowing other people to say, well, I sing to my animal too, some silly song. It's giving people like allowance to like admit it. I love it. There's nothing wrong with that. Sing away, guys. Sing away. That's so important, is to sing. I have alarm bells. Give me a second, guys. I have to use the potty. Too much water. Wee, wee, wee. Where's Freya? Freya. Freya, Freya. Freya. I'm back. I also had to put the heating mechanism for little Thor's heating pad. It's on a timer, just to be safe. Oh, Barbara, I'm getting a snowstorm. And that's how I found out the car wasn't working. I'm glad I have enough of things for the couple of days. And then I hope to, once it snows and the aftermath happens, I have to figure out what to do with the car. If I can find somebody that can fix it. Can I afford to get it fixed? There's a lot there of unanswered questions. Um, a lot of unanswered questions at the moment. But I don't drive in the snow anyway. So if I have work on Monday, they don't call another day off for me. We'll get there when I get there. Uh, I can walk to work. I've done it before. It's not the biggest deal. It's just unsafe because unlike New York, they plow the road, but there's no, like, people don't shovel their sidewalks. So I have, thankfully, like, snow gear I can get to, do the walk in. But there's no, like, yielding to pedestrian kind of thing around here. That's awesome, Kathy. I don't mind the cold. Like, once my body settles into the season, I'm great. I had a nice brisk walk to the gas station today. That was great. But it's like 24 degrees out. And then if I go food shopping, if I have to walk to the store, let's hope I don't. Because I am now observing the reality where I have a SUV, a new one preferably. I am observing the reality where my channel has 100K subscribers and 300 memberships that I don't have to worry about working. I back in Staten Island, I used to go to the beach because there's like parks and beaches Lots of beaches on Staten Island. Obviously, it's an island. But I would go to Wolf's Pond Park and go with some friends, and we used to walk the trails. And then there's Midland Beach where I used to do the boardwalk. It's nice, even in the winter. I don't mind the cold. I have the gear for it. Obviously my nose is like forever dripping, but I like walking. Um, I just like to do it where it's safe. And not that I'm wearing ice skates. I'm gonna read the rest of these cards, but something's pulling me back to Facebook. Yeah, I already drank my coffee and I gotta really watch my coffee intake because unless I can get a delivery of creamer, uh uh the milk that I have is probably from school and is probably not good. When the kids, so I have kids that don't drink milk, but they have to give it to us anyway, and I take it home. They can fire me over that. I don't care. Pay me better and I don't have to worry. So November 28th, the universe is saying, as your energy grows brighter, you'll notice life whispering to you in new ways. Some days the air feels heavy, some people feel distant, and your own emotions rise like tides. Do not mistake this for something going wrong. It is the world adjusting to your expansion. That's huge. Huge. I'm not taking what's going on with me as I'm doing something wrong. I'm just saying the world needs to adjust to my expansion, my reality in the field around me. When your vibration lifts, anything that cannot rise with you becomes louder before it leaves. This is another one that's very much on the quantum level stuff. Old doubts, old outdated fears, other people's projections, they cling for a moment, then dissolve as you keep moving upward. Today, take a deep breath and trust that this truth, your soul, is outgrowing its old story. This is synchronistic, by the way, because a lot of these don't even apply to me. And the last 2 days, all of these that I post on Facebook apply. Keep rising, keep clearing, keep choosing the light that is trying to break through you. Another November 28th. Detachment is feeling fully without being ruled by emotion. I align. We step back, see clearly, and release what we cannot change. We honor others' paths without carrying their burdens. We choose action over reaction. Listen without losing ourselves. Admit mistakes, make amends, and begin again. Detachment lets us live with freedom, clarity, and quiet grace. It keeps us grounded in what is and connected to a deeper calm within. Make it a daily practice. So everything that I've read off of Facebook so far is like, what? And normally a lot of that stuff I post is for other people. Obviously, I needed to read it for myself today. I read them anyway, but it's just validation of my shift. I am craving a Tim Hortons raspberry stuffed donut. That's what I'm craving. Specifically Tim Hortons. And a Tim Hortons cold brewed coffee with caramel or caramel, however you want to pronounce it. That's what I want. Am I going to get it? No, there's no Tim Hortons around here. But if one could manifest in front of me and the replicator machines that they said that they have, I would love a Tim Hortons coffee and raspberry filled donut. If you are around a Tim Hortons, listen to me carefully. If you like the jelly donuts, this one is phenomenal. Go get it. Hmm. So this card definitely applies to me, and I hope it applies to you. Now, there's no Tim Hortons around here, but I'm also hoping that Indiana adopts a Buc-ee's and a Wawa. And I know a Wawa just came, but not anywhere around this part of Indiana, but Wawas are starting to come this way. I love Wawa. I used to live in them when I traveled into New Jersey. Love Wawa. And never been to a Buc-ee's, but I heard Buc-ee's is a phenomenal place. We need a Buc-ee's. We need a Buc-ee's. Um, so I watch a lot of Storm Chasers. I have I have at least six, seven that I watch when they come on. Because they're all like friends and they all banter on the radio. It's hysterical. And usually Max or Ryan Hall have them on their channels. But I watch them. And New York doesn't have Loves and it doesn't have Casey's. It doesn't have any of those things. So when I moved out here, like I still have yet to have Casey's pizza, but it's on my list of to-dos because everybody's like, "Oh, you have to have it." But it's gas station. No, 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 no. Oh, okay. So I have to try a Casey's pizza at some point in my life. But I like the rest stops out here. They're way nicer than New York. Interesting. I'm not a fan of the chains, but like it depends who owns them, obviously. But I heard Buc-ee's is just really a good time. It's fun. If like you need to stop, that's like the place to be. Period. End of story. Um, so the East Coast is more like Wawa. Um, like, but not necessarily. Wawa is not in New York. It might be upstate. I'm not even 100% sure on that, but it's in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. I love a Wawa. Yes, it's Wawa. And Tim Hortons is in New York. Obviously, Canada is right above. And it made its way down to the city. I get it. I'm not near Canada. I am in technicality up because of the lake. If Lake Michigan, I go up, I'm to Canada, but needs to happen. Oh, that's awesome. Just like Cracker Barrel, like I've had Cracker Barrel in Connecticut, in Massachusetts. And then there's no more, there's none of them in New York, and you have to go into some of the other aspects of Pennsylvania for it. But there's like two Cracker Barrels, three Cracker Barrels over here. So good. It's just funny how there's East Coast, West Coast, and then Midwest, and then like the blending in. Can't we all just get along? I like convenience. We have surrender, let go, freedom, flow. And why I'm squinting is because there's color on these pages. We have surrender. Surrender is the fairy of freedom and flow. She has let go of everything holding her back and is ready to fly and be free, unrestrained. You can feel the sense of peace that has come over her, and she is open to whatever is coming her way. Eyes closed and trusting that what lies ahead is exactly what she needs and has asked for. Who's ever behind me spirit wise? Surrender is here to teach us that whatever you are holding on to, maybe it's time to let go and let yourself be free. Sometimes we hold on to behaviors or beliefs that may have served us in the past, but no longer do so in the present. By drawing this card, it is time to take a look at these patterns or situations that are holding you back. Ask yourself, is this in my best interest? If not, take steps to change. Let go and move ahead. Start following the path that gives you joy, as long as it is in your best interest and harms no one. Surrender may also be trying to tell you to be yourself. Don't follow the crowd if that isn't you. Create your own path and be true to yourself. Follow your intuition, that gut feeling that never lets you down. That is your true self and your spirit guides. The more you listen to your intuition, the more in touch with yourself you will become. What a wonderful feeling of freedom when you no longer worry what is ahead. Take your hands off the steering wheel and step into flow. I know here, like you have your major franchises. I've heard of Maverick Gas, but like in Indiana, there's like depending on what part. I mean, you got your BP, your Loves, your Casey's, your Speedways, and then there's like the little like Sitco and stuff like that, like major gas companies. It's just weird. We have so the speedways up here have 7-Eleven-ish stuff. So when I moved out here, like 7-Elevens by me didn't have gas stations. It was just 7-Eleven, like the store. But here they incorporate the 7-Elevens within a speedway. It's just weird. So you can get the big gulp down the block. I can walk to the gas station, the speedway gas station, but get 7-Eleven big gulps. I wouldn't do that, but don't think I haven't in my past. So I'm gonna share my screen again. Hang on. Sorry, I had to get some stuff off of there. November 28th. Not a physical home, but the internal one. The place inside you that lives, that lit that the place inside you that life's chaos keeps pulling you away from. Today, your spirit asks you to return to your own grounding, your own rhythm, your own essence. When you reconnect with yourself, confusion clears, energy stabilizes, and purpose becomes louder than fear. The world feels bearable again when you belong to yourself first. Your spirit is calling you back to its center. Answer gently. The moment you return to yourself, even the loudest storms lose their power. Grounding is not about retreating. It's about remembering who you are beneath everything that happened to you. When you come home to yourself, you stop searching for validation in places that never deserved you. Peace becomes something you build, not something you chase. Your energy becomes protected, your mind becomes clearer, and your heart becomes steady. Returning to yourself is the first step toward real empowerment. Today, let your spirit settle into its own calm. Blessings, Jacosted? Jacosted? Sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing names. But hi, welcome. Hang on. I just shared something to myself. I have to refresh. Since I'm talking quantum all over the place today, what better way to unfold something fun besides me in intermediately reading oracle cards to you guys? Spirit is throwing me for loops today. A lot of loops. Cars died. Can't afford to fix. Snowstorm incoming. The collapse of everything in my life for the decoherence of old self is dying out. And here we are. This is an interesting article that I just piqued my interest. Quantum entanglement measured at 10,000 times faster than light, space, and time don't apply. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, and he wasn't comfortable with it. Quantum entanglement, the phenomenon where two particles become linked so that changing one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance separating them, has puzzled and fascinated physicists for nearly a century. We knew it happened. We just didn't know how fast. Now we do, and the answer is almost incomprehensible. New experiments, yay, it's collapsing into tangibility. Woohoo! Have measured the speed of quantum entanglement, and the results shatter our intuitions about reality, not mine. Maybe theirs. The connection between entangled particles occurs at speeds at least 10,000 times faster than light. To put that in perspective, light travels at 186,000 miles per second. The cosmic speed limit, according to Einstein's theory of relativity. Ha! Nothing with mass can reach that speed, and information, as we understand it, can't be able to travel faster. Bullshit! Yet quantum entanglement does exactly that, suggesting the rules governing these interactions operate outside the framework of space and time as we experience them. I will give my insights in a second. This isn't just a curiosity for theoretical physicists, it fundamentally changes our understanding of how the universe works. Classical physics tells us information takes time to travel. Signals move through space at finite speeds. But entangled particles don't seem to send information in the traditional sense. The moment one particle's state is measured, its entangled partner reflects the change instantaneously, even if separated by light years. It's as if distance doesn't exist for them, as if the fabric of reality itself contains hidden connections we're only beginning to perceive. Putting a pause here. Put my smarty glasses on. Hi. I bet your thoughts are faster than the speed of light. They're instantaneous. The epiphanies, the downloads, the aha moments. So let's put it in perspective of what I was talking about earlier. That self in the other dimensional space, in the multiverse, in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is having everything that I need, that I want, that I yearn for, desire, that version of me already exists. I'm entangled to that other self and the million of other selves that are out there living different experiences. Me, the observer, now chose in this embodiment that I am now observing a reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers. I am now observing the reality where my husband arrives in my life. I am now observing the reality where my business makes six figures. I'm arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I am arriving at the frequency of sacred unconditional partnership. That self already exists. It's already here, merging within this vehicle. Quantum entanglement, spooky action at a distance. I am that version that now cohering into my vibratory state simultaneously. The materiality of the things that I want in materialism will take time to produce. But the act of saying this, the act of putting will of intention into the other entangled part of me is collapsing into the wave function. We just don't perceive it. We're moving out of classical physics and classical mathematics. We are upgrading into the new paradigm, the new version of the new everything, the new beginning of dawn, of the new age, of the golden era, whatever you want to label it as. We're moving into that aspect. We're quantum leaping into a higher dimensional space of vibration and frequency. It's a choice. It's an observation. You have the superposition of all the potentialities happening, and you choose one, and now it's going to start presenting itself because you're observing it. You're speaking it into existence. It's going to be formulating in your reality. That's faster than the speed of light. It's not dictated by time. Because what is time? A dimensional space. The implications for technology are staggering. Quantum computing relies on entanglement to perform calculations that would take classical computers millennia. Quantum communication networks could enable ultra-secure data transmission that's theoretically unhackable because of any attempt to intercept the information collapses the entangled state, alerting both parties immediately. Concepts like quantum teleportation, not moving matter, but transferring quantum states instantaneously across distances, move from science fiction toward practical possibility. It's because you're transporting to the other person that's you in another dimensional space. Yes, you're just transferring consciousness. Lived experience, but they already know that because they're the other version of you. Oh, I love this stuff. But beyond applications, this discovery forces deeper questions. If entanglement operates outside the constraints of space and time, what does that say about the nature of reality itself? Are particles across the universe secretly connected in ways we can't see? Yes. Does the universe operate on hidden layers of connectivity that our everyday experience completely misses? Yes. Every measurement, every experiment brings us closer to understanding the quantum threads, string theory, that bind us all together. And it's not what it says, but that's what Spirit wants me to say. We live in a universe far stranger than it appears. Light takes 8 minutes to reach us from the sun, if that's really a reality. Radio signals take years to cross interstellar space, yet quantum entanglement laughs at these delays, connecting particles instantaneously across any distance, operating on rules that suggest the ultimate speed limit of nature might not be a limit at all, or at least not the kind of limit we thought. So, what does that say right there? Is the sun really giving us light? Who's measuring this crap? And radio signals, eh, eh, eh. I mean, it's depending what reality you're tuning into, right? The more we learn about quantum mechanics, the more we realize how little and truly we understand about the universe we inhabit, and somehow that makes it even more magnificent. Yeah. I thought to enlighten you all on that one. Honestly. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. But can you all imagine? Hmm, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. I think the quantum world is I'm curious right now. Very curious about something. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at something in the back. The back office here. We have Sarah Wynn. I know I'm probably butchering her name. Transformation, knowledge, magic. For some reason, the acrylic in the fake glasses distort my vision. Sarah Wynn is known as a shape-shifting underworld goddess. She is said to stir her cauldron, making her herbal magical brews. Legend tells of I can't see the name. A boy left in charge to stir the cauldron's potion, who accidentally splashed it. He sucked the 3 drops off his thumb, and from the potion, he was bestowed knowledge, magic, and the goddess's shape-shifting skills. Seardwin was angry and chased the boy. They both shapeshifted into many a manner of animals to escape until eventually the boy was eaten by Searwin. But his life force merged with hers, and she became pregnant with his essence. Searwin could not bear to keep him, but he was a beautiful child, so she bundled him off and set him upon the water, where he was later found and adopted. It was said that he grew up to be the famous Taliesin. On drawing the Sedowin card, a transformation is likely if you are not already beginning one. First, it is necessary to gather up the correct ingredients and place them in the mixing pot, being careful to ensure everything is placed in at the correct time, which may mean certain astrological points in time also. Transformation can be welcomed and sometimes not. But one thing remains certain, you will not be the same afterwards, and this is usually a good thing, no matter how you might perceive it at the time. Just as the story on shapeshifting goes, so too is it important to shapeshift or be adaptable to every different situation. What in your life can you apply this to? Where do you need to adapt or adopt a different way of being? Look at each situation and decide what qualities you need most to navigate your way through. It's about thinking and doing differently in order to obtain a different outcome than normal. What magic will you put into the cauldron? She's also known as the moon goddess, another significant sign of cycles and change. Everything is in a state of flux. The only constant in life is change. The Kabbalion speaks this too. A time to roll with the flow. Look at yourself and your life and see what needs to change. Needs to move, needs to grow. Let it in, don't resist. This is the gift of change. What are you ready to create? Now you could say I am now observing the reality and whatever you're wanting. See how that works? And you're still using the I am, but you're using the I am where you're arriving at the reality. You're arriving at the frequency. I am now observing. Because you already are love. You already are amazing. You already are God. Does that make sense? Oh, and you know what's interesting? Channeled important details about the collapse and how to thrive through it. Ann Tucker, she channels angels, and this might be interesting. I don't oppose her so much, but I kind of stopped listening to her for a little bit because she's talking about that flash, and that's not a paradigm I'm a part of. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, just it's not going to happen for me. And some of the stuff that she started going into was more on crypto and stuff that I am not a part of in my paradigm, so I stopped listening to it and feeding the energy of it. Um, I might watch that one. I might watch that one. Okay. We have the herbalist, herbs, medicine, healing. The herbalist is calling to you. Have you always been drawn to herbs? It's time to venture further into learning what the botanical world has to offer you. Plant spirit medicine awaits you, and there is so much healing, wisdom, and excitement waiting for you. You may want to study formally or just dabble in making herbal salves and whatnot. Know whatever path you decide to take will be full of rewards. There are so many plant spirits waiting to help you on your journey. We, like animals, can search out our own medicine. When we tune into our intuition, we begin to sense the pull to what we need. When we start to work with herbs, we understand the profound change they can create and the vast knowledge and healing they offer. We could choose to make medicines with them or create beautiful foods or even just admire them in the garden. The uses are endless. They will become a part of you, and this will, in turn, help you attune back to nature with a sense of peace and a sense of something long forgotten. If it doesn't snow in the morning, I got to pull my sage. I have to see what I have in candle making stuff so I can make some candles, but also burn it. Wowie, wow, wow. As I have my candles lit. We have Arnie's decks. If you're new to my channel, Arnie Layton is the one who creates all these beautiful decks. His information will be in the link section below. I have to see if I put Greg's from Fluid Poor Patriot. He also has a link out there. I have to see if I have it on my link section. I know I do. Sometimes it doesn't translate when I copy and paste. But his stuff should be there. If you're interested in candles or anything that I make, paint and sip paintings, I have signs, I have a lot of stuff. Um, don't know how I'm getting to the post office just yet, but I am now observing the reality where I make it to the post office without a burden. But yeah, if you guys are interested, please reach out. Hopefully I can figure out my car situation so that when I am done with said portrait and stuff, I am not walking for miles to the gas station, to the post office. And if I have to, I will. But this is from Dragonheart. Oracle cards that Arnie has so nicely gave me and gifted me. He has a plethora more decks on his website, so go check his website out. Um, I think he intuitively picked all these out for me. True friendship. There's so many of you that I have a true friendship with, and I'm very blessed and thankful for all of you. Heart and soul. Vivid dreams. I know a lot of people are still talking about it. They're having vivid dreams. Are you having vivid dreams? I was having vivid dreams, a lot of vivid dreams, but they were not in the vibrational state that I am now. They're in a future timeline, a potentiality, but I don't think that's occurring anymore. Again, I had vivid dreams about Marine, and he just dropped off my paradigm. So, of course, that was a potentiality of occurring if I was on that timeline. So, I don't know. The last few nights, I have not been in my body. I don't remember what's going on. Well, let the card be confirmation that a lot of us are having vivid dreams. I don't have them all the time, but I'm also not embodied when I'm sleeping. I'm up doing the grid and I mean, I'm aware sometimes I get little snapshots. They're tiny. Of me threading the grid, like do whatever I do up there. But vivid dreams also could be a couple of other things. That doesn't necessarily mean there are potentialities, possibilities. That's why I don't like people that predict shit because anytime we can all collapse, humanity can look at the superposition and like collapse it. And it's probably not the paradigm you chose. Schumann resonance is on the calm side right now. We're at 7.87 frequencies. The electromagnetic field's been a little wonky. For those of you who are new, I do all these check-ins. And look, we're not getting wonky doodles at the moment. Those were earlier today, wonky doodles. And we're spiking a little bit in the electric field, but not crazy. For those of you who hold more voltage in your body, like electric, you are a bigger conductor of electricity than others. I'm one of those people. Come on. So a new ability that I had a few weeks ago, not a few weeks ago, last week. I have a student who I put my hand over the head and I felt energy I've never felt before. I felt energy I'd never felt before. Here's my plasma, a little dusty here. Plasma ball. See, I'm putting my finger on it. When I put my thumb on it, a lot of us conduct a lot more electricity than we think. I need a bigger version. If anybody knows where I can find one, that would like to give me a Christmas present, because that's one of the last things I need in my life right now is to buy stuff I can't afford. Um, I love the bigger version of that, but that's why I put it on, Scott. We're all conduits of energy. Some of us hold more in this physical vehicle than others. So just be aware that where your energy flows, it goes. But sometimes you're on subconscious, unconscious when you're having vivid dreams or just playing out other paradigms you need to heal. That doesn't mean it's gonna that you're or it's replaying something that you need to come out with a different reaction to. So in Reconstructing Reality by Suzanne Lai, she talks about when you ascend, your fifth dimensional self will come back down to a third dimensional self that's playing out another paradigm potentiality. And the choice that was made in the past, well, let's just say it was a soldier in the Civil War that you once were. Now that you're transcended, you're watching that third dimensional self, because it all plays out, by the way, play out. But that higher aspect of you is coming down as a spirit guide to your own self to say, hey, that choice you made, can we make a different choice? Can you come out of love out of that one and not fear? So that's retrocausality. That is collapsing time, that you're able to jump from a fifth dimensional being and be the guide to your own self and shift and ripple out healing. Our higher selves are doing this now. I think we're becoming more aware of it. I think my higher self in the timeline that I want to obtain was sending me signals like, this is no longer serving your purpose. This is not going to be in your next reality. I got to get rid of that. And here I am. Setting intentions. I'll tell them I said hi. Hi, Jack. Hi, Conan. I miss yous. That's awesome, Kathy. An honor. Are you honoring your needs yourself? Are you honoring what you desire? Are you honoring? This is his Dragon Heart Oracle cards. They come in a cute little tin. They're adorbs. And go support Arnie. He supports this channel. He supports me. Ah, thank you, Kathy. I'm looking at the weather. Sorry, guys. Okay. The times on these things are a little wonky. This is the unicorn spirit oracle cards. Love unicorns. So for those of you who are just tuning in or just stopping in, make sure you go check out the Quantum Unfolding channel on YouTube. A lot of those videos, I'm still listening to them. I'm actually taking notes from them because they're helping me use the verbiage properly when I'm talking about like my own how to merge spirituality and quantum physics together. Because a lot of these, I proved it today on some of the Facebook um, just motivational little terms that I read and put out there for people. More of that diction and that phraseology is being plugged in, and a lot of people don't really have the understanding of the quantum components to what coherence is and superposition and collapsing a wave function and the different aspects of quantum mechanics that I'm still learning about. But using it in the what we already know, and spiritual people can't tangibly explain, oh, Allison has a highway of spirit behind her, and I see a sleeping dragon right about here. And there's many dimensionalities. I mean, even the law of one, Ra speaks about the different oscillations and sub octaves and octaves of experience and the rays and all this stuff. It's all the same. It's just different language. And when we can get to a baseline of understanding for all of this, a lot of what I'm saying will start being comprehended better. He is still snoozing. I like knock knock, new paradigm, wake the F up. Didn't wake up. He ain't liking me. Spirit wanted more cards than normal, but we're gonna go with it. Transformation, ability to change, adjust in tough situations. Apply it to yourself. Here's a problem, Ashmaya. I have so many of them. I have three holding the Stargate in New York. I have at least 6 to 7 that take shifts that block the house that are always on the outside of the house, like circling. Then I got this sleepy little shit over here. And then I have my other ones that are celestial that I ride. Oh my God. I don't know how to tame this little guy. The other ones I have a really good control over. We have strength. Stand in what you believe in, lead with truth. I almost lost my teeth. I'm not ashamed anymore. If they fall out and fly out, I'll be the hillbilly southern redneck that I am. We have intuitive. Trust in what you receive and deliver the message. Well, this little shit better be protecting and guarding this area. I will say though, Freya has been, and like since Odin passing in Transcension, Odin used to jump up on my desk all the time, and she used to be like sleeping on that little rug right there with my pyramids. She hasn't really come down here since his passing. I'm down here more, like I'm upstairs a lot, but I'm down here more than than normal recently. So she likes to sit on my lap, and I've been trying to get her to come and just sit on my lap while I'm doing my work. And but she's been coming down here a lot more. Like she made an appearance in the Arancha video. She's been coming down to say hi a little bit. So I don't know what that is, if like the spirit is just too much behind me, or the dragon is resonating something to tame the shit behind me. I don't know. But it's nice to see when she does come downstairs and says hi with her little sassy tail. Childlike, pure of heart and spirit. Wisdom, knowledge, and experience a leader. And for all of you that need to hear this, you are your own leader. I am a motivated person. I like to motivate others. I speak authentically about and very open about my life situations, not to solicit pity, not for any of those things, but because there's other people going through thick of shit. Like everything's collapsing and going away out of their lives. And this has been a perpetual cycle that I was looping in because I wasn't getting it. Be the leader in your groups. We all belong to different dichotomies of groups. Some of you love gardening, you have a gardening group. Some of you are bakers and love food, you're in food groups. You're in all types of different things. Spread your wisdom and your experiences in those groups. I'm not there, but you are. You go to the grocery store, you go to the bookstore, you go wherever you go. Be the leader. Speak your truth. Individuality. Standing out, being oneself in uniqueness. Stop being afraid to do you. Guess what? I had purple hair. Guess what? When you label people crazy, insane, liberal people, you're making a judgment and not a nice one. So you're feeding negative energy. Great. Good for you. You don't have to agree with other choices, but are you authentically walking outside you? Are you dressing the way that you want to dress? Obviously, I go to work and I have to wear specific types of clothing, but I still make it that I'm happy with what I'm wearing. And I'm still representing self in my professional sense. When I'm here, I'm still doing me. You got to be comfortable and authentic with who you are. And if you are hiding inside that you want a different haircut, you want a different style, um, stop allowing other people to dictate to you what to wear. I used to rock purple hair. I miss it. But hair dye does not like to hold in the gray. It doesn't like it. It doesn't hold. Wisdom strains galore. But a lot of people don't even know what that self is. Because a lot of people are dictating off of the paradigm of the material world, where the obtainment is to wear designer clothes and Louis Vuitton bags and shoes and Michael Kors. And if you don't have those things, you're poor or you're not good enough. That's materiality. Um, just do you, boo. And it's not to say not to have those things. If that's what makes you happy, great. But it's a societal thing that we judge others on it. Now they're changing all the snow predictions. I'm done. I just know I'm getting snow. I love the onesie. I love it. It's comfy. So back in my youth, not that I'm that old, I'm not. But when I was in, oh my God, all my pictures are falling. This is me and my mom and my dad. That's me. My mom dyed her hair too. That's little on me. I had black hair. I had dark brown black hair. This started. This started early. I was 17 and I kept dyeing my hair black, blue black. And then it started coming in heavier. The gray just, and it wasn't cute where it was just like a streak. It came in like clumps. So I'm like, let's experiment. And the more the gray came in, obviously the contrast with black was extreme. You could see it. It aged me pretty bad. So I went with purple, like a plum dark purple. It looked phenomenal. And eventually the chlorine allergy happened and my look, it's little me with those poofy 80s dresses. Um, I literally just stripped my hair of whatever color was there and bleached platinum blonde my hair and just kept doing that until this all grew in properly. I haven't dyed my hair in years. Thank you, Ashmaya. I haven't dyed my hair in years. There was points though, like back here. It's hard to see, but like I still have brown showing through underneath, like the back part of my head. I do have some brown in there that's still peeping through. It's still peeping Toming through. But up here it's all literally gray. Good times. And you know what's really funny? My hair brings out a lot of conversation with women. and I love it. A lot of women ask me where I get my hair done, and I said, no, it grows naturally. And they're like, are you kidding me? Huh? Wow. And I said, well, do you like just let it go? If I don't look aged, why do you think you're going to feel aged? Some women it does age you, but why are we worried about other people's opinions and judgments? I wouldn't. I say embrace it. It's wisdom strands. I'm like a wizard. I don't know if my high school, my town's team is winning. I think they're behind. Um, they're at 17 points though. For those of you that like the 17 number. So this is also from Arnie's Dex. This is the Oracle Tarot, the Oracle of Tarot. This is the Oracle deck, and I'm going to be pulling some tarot cards with it just to see what we can get. I'm trying to see any updates from the game. Oh, the other team is oh no, no. That was an hour ago. My school was 14, they were 17, but I think they got 2 points. So, see. So we know I'm not I shuffled. So we know Allison's process. And I move my hand along the cards to pull a card. So we know there's no doctoring of stuff. I'm just not going, oh, I want this one because it sounds great. No. So I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Sorry, I am like trying to see what's going on. All right. Oracle picked. Now for tarot. Shuffle in, shuffle in, shuffle in. I've shared this before, but it's worth mentioning again. In the ninth dimension, every possible universe with all its unique timelines and laws of physics can exist and be compared simultaneously. I'm sharing that. I've shared it before, but it doesn't hurt to do it again. What is that saying? Oh! If you're watching, please don't forget to like. If you're not subscribed, what are you waiting for? It's an Amish mindset abundance thing that goes on around here. I spoke a lot at the beginning of this live about my collapsing and decohering timeline and everything in my that doesn't no longer serve me is literally leaving. Literally. Ooh. Ooh. And at this point, fanning slippery cards isn't happening. I don't know how many I did here. How many I did here? I did 5. Yay. I just want to see if I have any cards that are the same. We have a lot of major arcana here. No. No repeats today. That was crazy when that synchronized the other day. So I will just read. I'll read the oracle first and then we'll go into the tarot. Or I might do 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. Okay. I might do 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. Just open up to the book. Sorry, guys. I don't like the dead silence either. Arnie does supply a book for us. I'm going to start with the tarot this time. We have the Knight of Wands. Almost looks like a unicorn. Action, adventure, fearlessness. I'm going on a bear hunt. We have Page of Wands. Your quest for adventure and exploration brings many new things into your life. Your childlike attitude brings many rewards. Queen of Swords. Wisdom, intellect, and discernment. Eight of Cups. That fell on the floor. Ah! Now is the time to take a chance. Let go and make your dreams reality. Trust in you. Eight of Swords. Imprisonment, entrapment, and self-victimization. Ten of Wands. You feel the weight of the world on your shoulders. Learn to balance things a little bit more and free yourself of burdens. Hi, Ivy. The Devil. Addiction, materialism, playfulness, seduction. Temperance. I had to pair those two up really well. It is time for balance and harmony in your life. Have patience and let yourself heal. Stay in the moment. We have judgment, reflection, reckoning, awaking. Tower, endings and dramatic change. That's the theme of my life right now. Often an upheaval, a destruction, and the shattering of old beliefs. It can represent intense challenges, making way for something better. But apply it to how it's applying in your life. All these cards are extremely significant and wow. I normally don't read tarot like that, but tarot and I don't get along that well, but this makes sense for me. I don't know about you guys. You want to know what's great? This is a business card holder I made. The gems didn't fall where I wanted them to. So I just use them as an oracle card holder. So that's what's holding my cards up on my desk. Ivy, where are you driving to, girl, besides going home? Why are you driving? You should be home resting. We had this discussion earlier. Mhm. And you better make it to your destination before the snow comes in. I don't care how awesome your car is, doesn't matter. Be safe. Oh, we got a twofer on that one. You speak his name and he comes out. I'll save him for last. We got two archangels here. We have Adriana. Sorry, I can't wear glasses. I can't see this. I am leading you toward the answer to your prayers. Please listen and follow the steps. I am communicating through your intuition, thoughts, and dreams. Oceana, take action. You're in touch with your truth in this situation, and you need to trust your gut and lovingly assert yourself. That's hard to see, by the way. Opal, your children on earth and in heaven are happy and well cared for by God and the angels. Aw, my team lost. Aw. Well, at least I got semi-state. Archangel Uriel, your emotions are healing, which enables you to open to greater love. I will help you release anger and unforgiveness from your heart and mind. And you say his name, here he is, Archangel Michael. I am with you, giving you the courage to make life changes that will help you work on your divine life purpose. Oh my God, Ivy. Oh my God, I am not. Girl, I can't. Let's just say I just saw what's on Ivy's car. Girl, you're funny. And it's like what, 25 degrees outside right now? It's not a Christmas tree. It's not a Christmas tree. Just let's just put that one out there. Freya, come here, Mama. Thought I heard her. What you doing, Mama? She's eating tape. Come here. Hi. What? Come here. Say hi to everybody. Come in frame. Come here. Here she is. I'm a Freya girl, cute as can be. Swinging my sassy tail, yes, indeed. I'm a superhero cat. It's a little Freya. It's a little Freya, yawning up her face. Yes, indeed. You heard her. Come here. Wake up the sleeping dragon. She's not interested. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Miss Sassy Tail herself. I'm curious now. What's she doing? Where's the cookie girl? Freya. Freya. Where'd you go? You like disappeared. Oh, that little missy miss. um, she wanted to play. She ran upstairs. Employment change. Your career path is leading you in a higher direction, with positive changes to support your dreams, priorities, passions, and life purpose. Trust that these changes will help you release the old and welcome the new. You are being supported each step of the way. Savings. As you consistently save for your future is saved. You do your future self a big favor as you consistently set aside present funds. I don't have any. This is part of your self-care and path to feeling secure as you focus upon your life purpose. You know what I do have though? When I do use cash and I get the extra change, I keep the change. But now pennies are outdated. So I don't know if Coinstar still exists. Sever vows of poverty. I did this older. Some of you might need this too. I had a vow of poverty in one of my lives. I had to sever that shit. Dear one, there's no need to suffer or sacrifice. Hold the intention for undoing any vows of poverty or self-denial that you may have made consciously or unconsciously in any lifetime. As you do so, all efforts of those vows will be undone for everyone involved in all directions of time. The lovely lady Angie at the Trinity Healing Center pointed out that in one of my lives, I was a part of the secret schools of wisdom, the esoteric schools, and had to hide in another dichotomy and another paradigm to protect the secrets. And I had to take vows of poverty, but it was as a Buddhist monk. So I had to unrelinquish that and burn that shit out of that paper. Face your financial fears. When you are honest with yourself about fears of success or failure, they can no longer control you. Be free of hidden fears by exposing them to the light of awareness, and you will realize that, in fact, you have nothing to fear, and that every successful person has struggled with and released these self-doubts. Repeat after me. I am arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I am now observing the reality where my business makes 6 figures. Feel it. Release resentments about money. Yes, the money system of the world can seem upsetting, but holding resentments about finances just pushes your abundance away. Instead, see money as a tool you can use to better the world. And this shift will help you attract, support golden opportunities. Shifting your paradigm is very important. Very important. I'm going to do some animal spirit cards. So if you go back in the Wayback Machine on this live, when I keep repeating these things, insert your own what you need, what you're desiring, what you're after, how you want to collapse your wave function. I'm arriving at a reality. I'm arriving at the frequency. I am now moment observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers. I am now observing the reality. And then whatever you want to put. You are the selector of realities, the collapser of possibilities and probabilities. You're not seeking manifestation. You are the manifestation. Stop seeking it. You're selecting from the superposition the desired result you want. It's already collapsed. You got to be the observer of it in quantum terms. When you affirm, make it more of a declaration that it is already, you selected, it's already yours because you're already living it. Not affirming it in terms of separation, third dimensional definitions. I mean, declaration and affirmation is very similar in terms. And superposition is just a state of where everything is possible, but nothing yet is real or materialized. So that's where you need to observe what you want into your material world. And slowly, things start coming into working in your favor. Of course, my card's full. We get this all the time. Sandpiper spirit, be playful. Panther spirit, reclaim your power. This is important. What are you giving your power away to? Where are you giving your power away to? What is renting room and space in your mind? Your thoughts. What are you focusing on? Take your power back. Not from this lifetime, all of them. Pig spirit, use your mind wisely. Like a little piggy. Link, link. Hawk spirit, let spirit be your guide. This is one of my totem animals. Mousy spirit, tend to the small things. Grasshopper spirit, take a leap of faith. Because we're all on the fool's journey. Too much paper on my desk. Sage goddess. Back in the day, when I was studying runes, I bought these rune die. This might be labradorite. I'm not 100% sure. Yep. I have 4 sets. I might start using these as well to cast. And this is like the pad that you use the casting on. But I'm very big into runes, as a lot of you know. Back in the day, I buy things and then I never use them. This is Work Your Light. Thank you for all of those who are hanging in there. I know this is like a marathon night because guess what? I have nowhere to go. It's gonna snow. I'm single like a Pringle. Ashma, is that a sloth? I love sloths. I can barely see. I need glasses. I have readers, but they're too powerful for my eyes. So I'm not that bad, but the burden. And now I gotta find Rebecca Campbell. I like your cards, but holy crap, to find something you can. I found one. I love penguins too. I have a penguin some here on the desk. I can barely like if I'm looking at it, and now it looks like a penguin, but it also looks like a sloth. Because sloths have their claws and they like to hang. We have starseed. What lights you up? Starseeds are souls with a double mission to raise their own consciousness and the consciousness of the planet. They are old souls who have incarnated elsewhere beyond this planet. Many starseeds arrive with the feeling that time is running out and that there is something that they came here to do or create or contribute. If you pulled this card, it is a confirmation that you are a starseed and you are being encouraged to answer the call, to follow what lights you up. Once awake, most starseed souls find it hard to have meaningless conversations, jobs, and relationships. They innately know that there is much more to life and feel that there is something more and get to work. They remain restless until they step into their calling, which is to light up the world with a unique presence. Star seeds are scattered all over the planet, in hospitals and schools, in slums and mansions, on stages and in edit suites, in parks and nightclubs, in taxis and the theme parks. Many starseeds spend parts of their lives trying to fit in or in some form of spiritual closet. If you're dimming your light to fit in, it is time that you stop and start embracing the unique light that you came here to be and to share, and treat your time on earth like a glorious vacation. What lights you up? Oh, okay. So a sloth is hanging off the tree. Interesting. Thank you, Barbara. I like sloths and penguins. The ever unfolding rose. Cracked open, it's happening for you, not to you. The challenge of life is to keep your heart open when you most want to close it. To let life crack you open, to open through hurt and loss, to allow what is falling away to fall away. Being human is a courageous act. A life well lived is full of losses and tragedies, as much as triumphs and adventures. Whenever you find yourself at the moment, life is coaxing you to keep your heart open, no matter how much it hurts. Continually unfold to let life crack you open. Perhaps you are going through a difficult time right now. Instead of cursing the difficulty, see it as a blessing. To open yourself up to the truth that perhaps, as hard as it may be, life is happening for you, not to you. And one day in the not too distant future, you may just bless the thing that broke you down and cracked you open because the world needs you open. Now is the time to go gently, to treat yourself like a tender, sweet baby, to wrap yourself in a blanket and trust that the mother has you cradled in her arms. The seas may not all be smooth sailing, but you are safe and you are held. One day, not too far from today, you will look back at the transformation and be blown away by the poetry of life. Everything is going to be okay. Because, of course, Allison can't find the last one of these. There it is. Aw, I have an itchy neck. Leap! You go first. The universe will catch you. Life bends for the courageous. The universe wants to support you, but first you need to leap. To throw your life up in the air. Perhaps you know what you are being called to leap toward or far away from, but you are scared to make the move. Or maybe perhaps you are waiting for a big fat sign or instruction manual or permission to do it first. If this is you, then this card is a sign and permission slip to take a deep breath and leap into the unknown. It's scary to let go of all that we know in hope for something new. And it's normal to feel anxious at the thought of letting go of what we know for sure. But this is the unavoidable process of rising. And right now, this is how you are being called to live. Nature is constantly showing us how to live with courage. Fall comes every year and encourages the trees to loosen their grip, to allow what once was so full of life to fall away, leaf by leaf. For a moment, it feels like nothing will grow again. The branches are left bare without the comfort of what once was. But in the morn of spring, new shoots begin to appear and something new is born that is even more glorious than before. Okay, I'm glad you're home, Missy. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck. Chicken, chicken. Chicken, chicken, chicken dance, chicken dance. Chicken, 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 chicken. Buck, buck. Before I get into that. I might post my baby pee video tomorrow. I may. We'll see. Um, I got baby P. He's getting big. I don't know if they're babies any. I don't know when they, I don't know possum life. I'm tired. I'm just looking at Facebook. Nothing crazy. Okay. Back to cards. Sorry. Um, I'm so happy that he came back, Ashmaya. Even if he's not like he was seen. That's great. We have 9/11, courage, angel whispers. A doorway has opened for you, and while apprehension may be felt, allow courage to flow in as you put your best foot forward. You are being encouraged to let curiosity lead you and know that the divine has your back. I allow courage to prevail as curiosity leads me through new doors. Reflection. When you allow 666, when you allow time for reflection, you allow yourself to see where inner shifts are needed. It is time for you to look, at your beliefs and ask if this is serving me or is it time for me to release this? Reflect, refocus, readjust. As I refocus on what serves my highest good, I feel myself shift into the highest self. 1313 clarity. As the storm passes, the clarity is felt faster than lightning, is seen against a dark sky. The divine is reminding you that clarity is readily available. All you have to do is ask. You have weathered the storm and now the sky is clearing. Loving energy surrounds me, and I trust that the clarity I feel is the answer I need. 444 protection. This is your time to take confidence in all that you pursue. The divine universe is working through you and protecting you. Time has come to allow all the doors of opportunity to welcome you with open arms. I feel the loving care of the divine protecting me. I allow myself to pursue growth and opportunity. I hope so, Miss Ivy. I can sleep on anything though. That's not the craziest thing. When I had squirrels in my old house, I slept on the couch for almost a year. That was right after my mom passed away. Um, not a fan of air mattresses at all. I slept on my mom's recliner for almost 2 years. I slept on a beanbag half the time I've lived in this house. I've been sleeping on in the guest bedroom. My room down here, there's no heat. So it's cold. And I sleep down here once in a blue moon. I can sleep on anything. Get some runes. I have the bigger cards upstairs. Just for in the in between. Don't forget, if you like any one of my videos, don't forget to like. But also, if something really hits you in a way that you're learning from, that you're heart connecting with, you're resonating with, please hype my videos. I don't know how that works. It's on a phone and an iPad. I know you get like 3 hypes a day or maybe in a week. I don't know. But hype my videos if you see it come across your little mini screen. I know that a lot of videos that we come across on. So for example, I have to wait for the ads. I know they're annoying, but that's what gets me income passively. So I do appreciate if you watch them, but it's okay if you don't. I think this is it. No. I don't know if it's because I'm live. So this is on my TikTok clips. You see that little hype with the stars? And then when you press that, obviously I can't hype myself. But I got 2.3K points on this video. Some videos you're able to hype and other videos you don't or can't, whatever the case is. But if you can hype my videos, whatever resonates with you, if you don't resonate with it, I'm not asking you to do it. I want you to be authentic about it. Um, everybody's phone is different, and it's okay if you can't find it. Ashmaya, you support me. There's a lot of people though out there that have the capability of doing that to help me out. I appreciate it. That quantum AI and metaphysical pondering's got 174 views. For me, that's humongous. Most of my videos I get over 32 to 50 views. Depends. Not all my work, I'm not expecting that. Again, I don't have expectations. Like I get excited when I get like a couple. What blows my mind is the Curtis books that I would think more people would view because there's so much knowledge in that. I tried, Scott, couldn't hold it back. I brought my old bed paradigm from my old house up here and I eventually threw it out. And I got Amazon mattress. I got two Amazon mattresses, but one has a is copper Lola. I like it. And then the other one upstairs is I forgot some those beds that you unfold out of a sealed vacuumed package. It's comfy. Hagalas, wrath of nature, destructive, uncontrolled forces, especially the weather or within the unconscious tempering, testing, trial. Othala, inherited property or possessions, a house, a home. What is truly important to one? Group order, group prosperity. That's Odin's rune. Questionable. Degas, breakthrough, awakening, awareness, daylight, clarity, and opposed to nighttime, uncertainty, a time to plan or embark upon an enterprise. Interesting. Anybody in Iowa, be careful out there. I'm seeing the traffic photos. Yikes. I'm using Arnie's Oracle of Angel Numbers. I'm feeling the pressure drop. I am very grateful to see on my phone, and this shifts back and forth for a few days, but I'm at 2.2K subscribers. I know that's not much to many of you guys, but that's a lot for me. So thank you all for subscribing, and I am very humbled by that and grateful. Wow. Oh yeah. That we got a drop. We have angel number 1717. You have the power to manifest your desires. You are entering a time in life that will change your course for the better. Trust in your path and in what you are creating. Thank you, me too. I hope so. Because let's read it again. I am now observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 10, 100,000 subscribers and 300 members. What's up, Artie? Reading your cards, by the way. Angel number 212. Grounding oneself, ensuring steadfastness and steadiness. Spirit out of that. Nurturing peaceful bonds and mutual endeavors. Relax and enjoy where you are because things are about to change in your life and fast. Third, brain. 313. Growth and intuition. Embrace the guidance your guardian angels are offering you. Trust the message and strive forward. 318. Your guardian angels have heard your prayers regarding your life's financial situation. Be ready soon. Wealth and abundance are coming your way. I am arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I am observing the reality where my business is making six figures. So if you're doing your affirmations or your sayings or whatever, use and this makes a lot more sense to me because I use affirmations all the time but wasn't seeing the shifts. It's because it's already here. The collapse already happened. It's about merging and cohering and observing it. And observing is really at the smallest little things, pointing them out. Like just now, the growth of my channel, I'm at 2.2K. Like now I'm really happy and I'm humbled by that. I feel the gratitude from my heart and I'm going to own that frequency and hold that resonance within me. Because it is an authentic resonance, but that helps collapse the wave function. I did my big quantum leap of everything that no longer serves me is literally gone. It's okay. That 2.2 could shift, but I saw it and I'm really happy. And after this live is uploaded, and I will have links to Arnie's website where all of his fantastic cards that I read tonight are there. If you're interested in purchasing them, go help Amish Mindset. Um, they're phenomenal. They all fit tonight. Arnie, I have been watching a load of those. Even though some of that stuff does, and even like the Dark Chosen One videos, a lot of that stuff repeats, but there's little nuggets in some of these that I'm like, I took notes. Like any time that the video was like giving me some good, like, and spirit went ding, 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 I took notes. So one of the first videos I watched, obsolete code, signal from a deleted timeline. So the things that are trying to keep you from merging forward, your ego, your, the person from the past now trying to come back into your timeline, unless they're matching your vibration and that you feel the intention of the change, you're not, no. Signal from a deleted timeline, data from a dead past, obsolete data. It's like cancel, clear, delete. A lot of people do that. Signal from a deleted timeline because I just merged into a new one. I am not allowing anything to throw me off of this timeline or to hold me to the old story. So anytime even in my own thinking, even though like shit's collapsing, the car's not working, and I don't know, the finances are not there just yet to go fix it, and right, like signal from a delete timeline, obsolete data, because I'm not speaking into this new paradigm, the version of lack. Yes, right now that's what the reality is, but that's not what the reality I'm bringing in. So I can't hold both frequencies. I got to let one go and that one's going. Bye. That doesn't change my current circumstances. They are what they are. I think I posted under the one I did the other day, a pondering. I did put in a link. I think there's one of the videos there that explains that you get to choose the timeline. So it's not just about us merging into the highest self, the highest timeline. It's because it's already collapsed, it already exists in the multiverse. It's choosing the things that you want that another self is playing out that you're drawing in. So we're merging, yes, we are merging that, but it's already here. We just can't perceive it just yet because we need to materialize it. So we have to take what's in superposition, meaning the thing, there's a many potentialities and possibilities, and there's nothing to see yet, and choosing what we want to observe and drop it in to this reality. So yeah, like that self is merging in, and that does take time, and I have to come into resonance with it. I'm calibrating the new reality. So all the photons, the subatomic particles are now conforming to my will. And that takes time because there's a lot of entanglement there. No, I'm not going that long. Now that I'm not in a relationship, I don't have anywhere to be but here. And not to say that I don't want I am observing the reality where my husband arrives in my life, the forever guy. I am in no rush. Um, Whenever it happens, it happens. I'm still recovering from that insanity. But again, what just happened in my life, literally, is me shifting into a new timeline. Like my higher self was sending me the signals I didn't really recognize that what no longer serves me, yes, is going to leave. And I kind of understood that, but I didn't know that was like me taking the quantum leap until like some trivial, to me, it's trivial. If you say you love me, you're going to work with me through the problems. You're not just going to abandon me and speak everything up and I'm going to be there for you. I'm going to do everything I can for you. And you're asking me to PayPal you for food. I'm not going into the whole 9 yards because he is a beautiful soul. He is my twin. I outgrow his energy. And I was listening to somebody's oracle reading the other day, and it was spot on. I am closing out two karmic soul contracts. He's probably one of them. Manas, humanity, human. Rob Zombie's playing in my brain. Manas is a symbol of both the human race and the individual self. In the rune deck, it celebrates everything about humankind that elevates us, our intelligence, our compassion, our creativity, our artistry, and our ability to innovate. It is a symbol of the collective consciousness and values we all share. But at the same time, it is strongly associated with an individual's self-awareness. If this rune appears, you are encouraged to think about your attitude towards others and what your unique contribution to the world is. What assistance or service can you offer others? There may be some conflict between your beliefs and the demands and expectations of your family or society, but if you continue to deny your true self, you will feel increasingly frustrated and isolated. Study or the acquisition of new knowledge is another key theme here. Perhaps further study is the way for you to find greater fulfillment. More human than human, more human. It's White Zombie, but still Rob Zombie. Yeah, I am the Astro Creed. That song. The way older back in the day song. The little robot. More human than human. It's White Zombie. That rune brings up a good point. when I was watching one of the videos earlier, taking notes, but I didn't write this down. I said it earlier too. When people start, yes, when people start seeing like me showing tangible evidence with this new dichotomy I just projected myself into, this new parallel dimensional space of quantum leaping into a new life. We're watching the collapse happen as we speak. I'm decohering from the old story, the old self. The journey that is going to be walked on and walked through and walked in will start showing everybody else once certain things start happening. Tangible evidence, because some people live in the logic mind and not in the abstract. So I'm hoping to deliver in time tangible evidence to the proof of what I'm saying. And only time will tell. You know, we hear Brian Scott on his channel talk a lot about the people and the miraculous things that happen. Neville Goddard and a bunch of others as well have spoken about, like, hey, like I gave this person advice, they really stuck to it, and boom. But now that we're in a different vibration, classical stuff is going to start decomposing and decohering because it's no longer going to work in the new paradigm that we're creating. When more people see what I'm saying and doing is working, it's not only helping me, it's helping humanity. And when I can sit here in a new vibration, I'm helping other people enhance their vibration. And we're all going to help enhance humanity. So me just having this shift and change and talking about it and getting it out there, more people are going to start taking some of the things that I am saying and using it for themselves. And let's create the harmonious reality that we want to cohere to and observe. I am arriving at the reality where everybody has abundance, peace, and prosperity. And those are very blanketed terms. You can take abundance in any measure. You could look at prosperity. What does that mean to you? It means different to me than it is to you. But the frequency is probably very similar, if not the same. I got it to snap out. Before I read the last card, Schumann check-in. We're kind of chilling out right now. But the griddle energy is still happening. But so when I'm talking about grid, you have your downloads. I am saying down because it's coming down to you. Earth is uploads, cosmic is downloads. And then here's all the timelines. Intersecting, they're gridding, mergers. A lot of that is happening. A lot. And it depends on everybody's individualistic. So it's going to affect everybody differently. For me, hi, just lost everything. Just about. Frequencies are at 7.87, so they're increasing. And then here we go. We got another blob of violet again. So the closest to these yellow lines is like just happening. I'm not 100% sure what that is. I have to do more investigation on that, but on a spiritual level. Hey. Flappy, 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 batty, 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 flappy, 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 batty, batty, batty. I gotta get his emoji out. It doesn't want to take. It don't. I taken 4 bat pictures, really good ones, clear. Didn't want to take. But yeah, chicken. I made an emoji for. Don't. But we got to get a baddie up there because I love baddie. And we got to get a pinky. Walking in the jungle, walking in the jungle. We're not afraid. We're not afraid. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step forward. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. Halt! What is that? It's Pinky the Flamingo. I'm not afraid. I'm sorry. This is pre-K stuff. I don't expect anybody to know what I'm singing. We jingle a lot in my room. A whole lot of jingling. Ishtar's Lion Gate 888. I was told about this number. Your heart has a heightened connection with the higher realms of consciousness and light. A blessing, empowerment, and positive omen shall enter your world. Doors will open for you. Abundance and prosperity are headed your way. Take care of your heart. Ask for spiritual assistance, and it shall be granted. Something negative is going to transform into something very positive. Ishtar is the queen of the night, a dark goddess of loss and letting go, but also a priestess of light who holds the key to renewal from suffering. She is relentless in her pursuit of the path to true inner freedom. She willingly surrenders her attachments and her identities, even separating herself temporarily from her loved ones, with such boldness and confidence that she crosses into realms where others dare not to go. She experiences vulnerability and in the state discovers deep truth. Ishtar is the capacity of the soul to integrate our experiences after reaching the greatest depths of suffering. She emerges and is reinstated upon her rightful throne with even greater wisdom, spiritual power, and compassion. In a reading, she is a guardian and a symbol of resurrection. I spoke of that word earlier. You shall rise again. Those who have left as though their identity or any other marker of security has been torn away from them as her children, they will find their way back to peace and prosperity under her auspiciousness. If you have been suffering, this oracle indicates an end of the struggle is imminent. You shall be restored with so much more than you have lost. Ishtar is depicted in the Queen of the Night relief that dates back over 4,000 years from ancient Babylon, which was located in the lands of present-day southern Iraq. She's a bird woman priestess, although we see a lion. She is a bird woman priestess with talons and wings, flanked by owls and lions. She holds sacred tools, a rod and a ring in her hands. She is bejeweled and naked, symbolizing her power and freedom. Her symbols are the gate, the eight-pointed star, and the lion. She is considered the goddess of the planet Venus, but the star Sirius is also sacred to her. The stars represent her higher consciousness and loving wisdom and are a sign of great blessings for your life, indicating prosperity, peace, and healing and love. There's no such thing as coincidence. The Lion's Gate falls when the sun is in Leo. Leo is a sign of the lion, the astrological ruler of the heart, and the animal totem sacred to Ishtar. The rising of Sirius took place on the 26th July in ancient Egypt, which marked the beginning of the Egyptian New Year. Nonetheless, the eighth day of the eighth month is considered especially potent, and when combined with the eight-pointed star of Ishtar, the numerical frequency of spiritual portal, a doorway that opens on 8 August becomes 888. And you know what's crazy as I'm reading this? My mom pops in. She goes, Allison, it's been 8 years. Like it happened 8 years ago, like now. That's her downfall, her transcendence period started happening. The 888 frequency will stimulate your soul in its unique way. It facilitates a deepening intimacy between the spiritual worlds and the earth plane, an amplification of light and an outpouring of positive blessings for humanity. It is believed many, if not all, cosmic avatars who come to Earth as advanced spiritual guides hail from Sirius and make their blessings increasingly available to humanity during this opening between the worlds. This oracle brings a message of a breakthrough and healing, of a significant lightening up of your life, and the end of a deeply challenging cycle in your life. There is a peaceful divine dispensation augured by the oracle of Ishtar's Lion Gate 888. Where hope has been difficult to find or all seems lost, the light shall return and beautiful blessings are destined to unfold in your life. Look at you go, Ashmaya. My mother was 8/4. She was born. Oh, Bummer's birthday. Thank you, Scott, and thank you all for joining me for this little marathon. I don't know how long I went. 5 hours about. I appreciate each and every one of you. I want to thank all of you who have helped me behind the scenes quietly, helping me out with just financial abundance, and thank you for what I'm not looking for that, but I know that you all know that I need it. So I really do appreciate what you have, and when you can give it, I appreciate it. I'm hoping that now I know what just happened to me in a quantum sense, and I'm just taking it all in. It's day by day. I do appreciate and my gratitude from my heart for everybody and everyone that contributes to this beautiful community. It's not just about me, it's about all of you. It's about shifting the humanity and getting a better grip on the language, shifting some things, resonating with new things, expanding your consciousness. That's what it's all about. There's a lot of things that I'm taking in from these videos that I'm like, epiphany. And now I got to change my language. You're always growing. So please don't stop growing, maturing, shifting. Do what you got to do. Um, I hopefully will have power. That's another thing to consider, but I shall have the channeled member Oracle videos up tomorrow. Um, let's hope I can get another painting done. I like my little gnome here. I want you guys to be safe and be seen wherever you are. For anybody in the Midwest, please be safe. We got snow incoming and we don't know what goes on because a couple of weeks ago it was like almost like a foot of snow. And then it went bye-bye. Now it's not going to go bye-bye. Put out into the ether that I get help with my car because it's not a battery, it's probably a starter. I don't know if it's the alternator either, but I can't afford any of that to be fixed. I gotta probably YouTube it and DIY it myself. I hope all of you had a beautiful and blessed Thanksgiving if you're in the United States and celebrated, or you're just having a beautiful time by yourself, self-caring it up. Um, there's something else I was going to tell you guys. Please make sure you're checking the links. I post Arnie's links, Fluid Poor Patriot, myself, my website, and a lot more other information. People for People is up there if you're interested in community and building a broader base for your business or for yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna try Thor's hammer tomorrow morning. We'll see. Not that I'm going out anywhere. I can walk to the gas station down the block. Uh, I don't want to test my luck. But I want all of you to know how much I appreciate you and thank you. I wouldn't be here without you guys. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulders physically for somebody. Be the lighthouse. Sprinkle and seed your truths. Light that path forward. And please make sure you ring the bell icon so you know when I'm uploading a video or going live, because you never know when Allison wants to pop on. I am working on that presentation. It's going to take me a while, but it's in the works. And just be patient if you are ordering from me until I know a car situation. Getting to the post office might be like grandpa's journey that's 5 miles down the road and 5 hours back. Well, I'm putting faith in the universe, all is working out. But until the next one, guys, thank you for watching.